first email arrived on Tuesday. Subject line, quiet hours notice. It was short. Hi, please keep it down after 10 p.m. We've received complaints about thumping from 2E. Thanks. I was reading it on my sister's couch. She was in the kitchen, reheating soup. I hadn't stayed in my place that night because she'd asked me to help with her early morning shift, and her apartment was closer to her job. I showed her the screen. We both laughed a little at the mistake. You should reply, she said. Tell them you weren't home. I did. I typed, I wasn't home last night. Maybe it's the unit above me, not me. The reply came back fast. The manager wrote, thanks, we'll look into it. That should have been the end. It wasn't. When I went home, the air in my place felt like a sweater someone else had tried on. Not hot or cold, just not mine. I set my bag down and turned on all the lights. The building was always quiet in the day. It was one of the reasons I had signed the lease for apartment 2E. The rules were strict. Quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The hall carpet swallowed footsteps. The doors had soft closers. Even the elevator moved like it didn't want to wake anyone. I walked from room to room and picked up a few socks from the floor. I was about to shake my bedspread when I noticed the ceiling above the bed. It took a second to understand what I was seeing. The ceiling had a thin layer of grey dust, the kind you only notice when afternoon light comes in low. Over most of the ceiling, dust clung in an even film. But there, above the bed, there was a clean, curved band, thin, like someone had drawn a smile with a soft eraser. It arced from one side of the bed to the other. A smooth sweep. I stood on the mattress and reached up. The plaster was rough. My fingers came away dirty except where the arc cut across. That spot was clean, like something had been brushing the ceiling in the same path over and over. The shape of it made my back tighten. A swing. It looked like the path of a swing. But there was nothing to swing from. Just the old air vent above my bed and the crack that ran from it like a tired laugh. The vent was one of those square metal grills with little slats. It had a bit of paint on it from whoever had last painted around it. The screws were dull. It didn't look like it had ever moved. I got down from the bed and shook my head at myself. Dust makes tricks. Old buildings settle. The neighbor upstairs probably dropped something heavy. Sound travels. I told myself, easy answers. That night I slept at my place. I told myself it would be fine. At 2 a.m., I woke up because my own mouth had said my name. It was the voice you use when you dream you are falling. I lay awake for a long time, listening. The building made normal old building sounds. The refrigerator hummed. Pipes ticked. A car in the next street honked and faded. Just before 3, a sound came that didn't belong to any machine. It was a soft wood-on-wood tap. Then another, slow, like a heartbeat for something old. I couldn't place it. It was above me. It wasn't constant. Tap. Then the room breathed. Then tap again. I held my breath. When I sat up, the sound stopped. The quiet was like a held note. It reminded me of the clean arc on the ceiling. In the morning, I convinced myself it had been heat in the pipes. Half a laugh. Coffee helped. By mid-afternoon, I had almost forgotten. That evening, the manager emailed again. Same subject line. We had more reports from 2E last night. Please observe quiet hours. I wrote back. I was asleep. I don't own a TV. I'm not having parties. Maybe it's the unit above me or the hallway. The reply was slower the second time. Thanks. We'll check. Please be considerate. I stared at the screen. The management tone had changed. It made me feel like a student scolded for talking when I wasn't talking. I closed the laptop and stood under the ceiling arc to feel silly again. The vent looked like always. I put my ear to it. All I heard was the thin breath of a building. The third night, I went to my sister's again. She was worried. If they email again, I'll call them, she said. She works in customer service. She knows how to sound calm and firm. We ate takeout and watched a show. I didn't check my email. When I did, in the morning, there it was. Quiet hours notice. Multiple complaints from 2E. I went back home angry. The moment I opened the door, the anger dropped away and left something cold. I smelled damp dust. It wasn't a big smell. It was just enough to make me think of a basement where no one has walked in years. I put my hand on the wall. The paint felt cool and gritty. The clean arc above the bed was more noticeable. The part of the ceiling inside the arc looked slightly different now, like it had been buffed by something soft. I decided to set up an old phone to record. I had a spare from 2 upgrades ago. I propped it on my dresser with the camera pointed at the bed and the ceiling. I set it to record audio too. Then I left. I went to my sister's and tried to hold a normal face. The next morning, I sat at my kitchen table with coffee and the old phone. I scrolled through the video. The first part was nothing but my quilt, the corner of the closet, the grainy white of the ceiling. The timestamp read 11:48 p.m., 12:20 a.m. At 2:12 a.m., the camera's light sensor shifted. The grain grew heavier. Then something began to move in a rhythm. I thought it was the camera glitching from low light. That was my first thought. But the rhythm matched the sound on the audio track. A slow creak, not the bright creak of a new hinge. A long, dry, low sound. It repeated, coming and going, like someone was pushing a swing and letting it slow, then pushing again. There was a tap too, on the bed frame, steady and spaced. There was no swing. There was no person. The quilt didn't move. The air looked normal. At 2:39 a.m., the video jumped. A line of black fuzz streaked across the ceiling. It wasn't a solid object. It was like dust falling in a curved trail, a rain of grey lint dropping from the top of the frame and following the same path as the arc on the ceiling. It drifted and settled into the light. The sound stopped. The video went still. I replayed the clip a dozen times, then held my head in my hands. I could hear cars outside and the neighbor's door closing and my own heart. This wasn't how you start a day. I emailed the manager with the clip. I wrote, I think there's something wrong with the vent or the ceiling. Please send maintenance. Also, I wasn't home. Please check your logs. He replied with, we'll send someone to look. Please be mindful of quiet hours. The maintenance guy came at lunchtime. He was young, with paint on his boots and a polite face that didn't want to say no. He took the vent cover off and peered up with his phone flashlight. He said the duct looked normal. He brushed some dust away and more fell, and we both blinked. Looks like no one's cleaned that in a while, he said. It's a rental, I said. He put the vent back, wiped his hands, and looked up at the ceiling arc. His eyes changed a little. He opened his mouth like he might say something, then shut it again. I'll tell the manager we checked, he said. If the noise keeps up, let us know. It's not me making it, I said. Sure, he said. He almost smiled. He left a little faster than he'd come. That night, I decided to sleep in the living room. I dragged the spare blanket to the couch. The couch isn't comfortable, and my neck hated me. But I felt better not being under the arc. At 2:17 a.m., I woke to a soft thump that shook my picture frame. Not a big shake, just a small tremor, like a heavy book had been dropped upstairs. The building was quiet again. Then another thump, then the old creak, one floor away. I lay there, eyes on the ceiling, staring at the blank square that wasn't my bedroom. The sounds were in my room. The thump, the creak, the careful pause. The pause felt longer than the sound. I put a glass on the floor near the couch so I could put my ear to it. That trick only works in movies. But I did it anyway. The glass didn't tell me anything, but that my heart slows when I try too hard to listen. In the morning, there was dust on my coffee table that hadn't been there yesterday. It was a fine line of grey in a soft, curved shape, like someone had shaken a rug upstairs. I ran my finger through it. It left a pale smear on my skin. The smell of basement clung to my fingers until lunch. I decided to try flour. I spread a thin dusting on the top of my bookcase and the dresser and along the edge of the headboard. I told myself I was being silly and then did it anyway. Precise and even. I stood on the bed to reach up and dusted my palm across the ceiling arc in one spot. The clean strip I made was brighter than the rest. I coughed a little. I checked the vent. It was cool and blank. That night I went to my sister's again. I took the old phone again and set it in the same spot with fresh battery. I set a sound alert app on my current phone too, the kind that pings you when it hears a loud sound. We ate dinner, tried not to talk about it, failed, and shrugged in the same not funny way. At 2:26 a.m., my phone buzzed on her coffee table. Sound detected. 2E. I opened the app. It showed a jagged line. I could feel my face go cold and hot at the same time. The jagged line was short, then flat, then tall, like a heart monitor. It logged 6 spikes. The last one was at 2:39 in the morning, back in 2E. The flower on my bookcase had a small arc through it, thin and neat, like thread had swung through. The flower on the dresser had 2 little drops, as if something slick had fallen and made a dot. Then a second dot. The headboard had a set of tiny scratches I could swear weren't there yesterday. Above all of that, the ceiling arc was now ragged at one end. The ragged edge looked like something had brushed too hard and caught a snag. I stood in the doorway and felt the skin on my arms tighten like it was trying to shrink. I went to the kitchen because the kitchen didn't know any of this. I made tea. I held the warm mug and hoped warmth could be a kind of shield. The manager emailed again. We need to address the noise. He had pasted a paragraph from the lease about fines. The tone was worse. It wasn't a question now. It was steps toward punishment. I stared at those words and felt my chest do something ugly. He was going to fine me for something that happened while I was gone. Under my ceiling, I wrote back, I have recordings. Please review. I'm not making this noise. The maintenance check did not find anything. Can you send a structural inspector? Or let me move? No answer. Not right away. At lunch, I knocked on my neighbor's door across the hall. I had never really talked to her. She was older and kept to herself. When she opened, she leaned halfway out with her arm braced on the frame. Hi, I said. Sorry to bother you. I'm from 2E. I keep getting emails about noise at night. She watched my face like she was trying to decide if I was making fun of her. I'm not making noise, I said, and told her the short version. The ceiling arc, the videos, the flower, my sister's couch. She glanced past me into my apartment. Then she nodded towards her ceiling. It's been like that before, she said. Her voice had the roughness of a light left on too long. Like what? She thought. Steps, thumps. When Mr. Vasquez lived there, he told me he heard it. He blamed the kids upstairs, but there weren't any kids upstairs. In those days, it was a storage room. They were holding, I don't know, old furniture, boxes. No one slept there. Did he ever figure it out? She shook her head. He moved. You just moved in, right? A few months ago. Then, you don't know this building, she said, almost not to me. It used to have different rooms. They cut them up. This used to be one big unit, she said, patting our shared wall. The ceiling beams don't care about the walls. The beams are old. They remember. She looked at me like she wanted to say more and decided she had said enough. Quiet hours, she said, and half smiled. Then she closed her door gently. I stood in the hallway and didn't move for a few seconds. The hall smelled like soap and old heat. That afternoon the manager knocked. He looked tired and had an email printout in his hand. He stepped into my place, glanced around, and the tiredness sharpened. You've been spreading flour, he said. It's to see if anything moves, I said. The noise happens when I'm not home. He rubbed his eyes. We've gotten complaints from the floors above and below. There's no one below me, I said. It's the storage and bike room, and above me is 3E, right? Do they have a dog? He hesitated. He is not a good liar. 3E is under renovation, he said. No one is in there right now. So what's making the noise? He didn't answer. He walked to my bedroom and looked up at the ceiling. His expression shifted a little. It wasn't fear. It wasn't surprise either. It was recognition, like he had misplaced something and found it where he left it. He took a step toward the vent and then stopped himself. "I'll put a monitor in the hall," he said. "We'll see if the noise is in the hallway. If it is, we'll deal with it. Please don't spread flour. It gets in the vents." "It's not in the vent," I said, but he was already leaving. That night, I decided to be in the apartment and not be in it. I texted my sister that I was staying with her, then came back and turned off all the lights. I put my phone on silent. I sat in the kitchen at the small table with a glass of water and the old phone recording in the bedroom again. I didn't turn on any lamps. The fridge hummed like always. The window let in street light in a dull smear. I pressed my palms flat on the table and listened to the long empty. Around 2, the air changed. I don't have better words. It wasn't colder. It was less mine. I held my breath and felt my heartbeat in my mouth. I heard a slow creak, then the softest tap. The tap sounded like a ring knocking the bed frame. The creak grew louder. The room made a small shift like it had taken its own breath and was holding it. I stood up in the kitchen and didn't know if I should move. Every part of my body said no, but my feet moved. The hallway carpet muffled me. The light from the street slid along the floor like water. I stopped in the doorway of my bedroom and watched the shared silence curve around the bed. The ceiling arc had dust floating in it now. Just a few flakes drifting, turned silver by the streetlight. The vent slats looked like teeth. Nothing else moved. The bed was flat. The sheet was smooth. On the audio from the other room, the old phone was catching more than my ears. I could hear the long creak. It changed tones, high, low, high, like a rope under strain, then relaxed. The tap came after. It wasn't a heavy tap. It didn't sound like a fist. It sounded like something small striking the same place, steady, patient, like practicing. I didn't step into the room. I stayed in the shadow of the doorway, which felt, for no good reason, like a line of safety. I watched the dust flakes move. They moved in a curve. No wind was coming from any direction. The window was closed. The fan was off, but the flakes moved in a path like they had been touched by a hidden hand and set to a slow swing. I whispered, "Hello," because silence can be worse than the wrong word. The creak cut off like it had been taught not to answer. I waited. It didn't come again. I stepped 1 foot into the room. The silence folded more tightly. I took 1 more step. I was under the arc now, under the vent. Somewhere a neighbor coughed. The street offered a car that didn't stop. My 2nd foot obeyed me. I stood still. The room would not move while I was under it. I felt that like the fact of my own name. The quiet had a shape. It had an edge. On one side, time slid. On my side, it held. I stood there, and my eyes watered, and my throat wanted to cough. I didn't cough. I stood until my legs shook. When I stepped back into the hallway, the creak came once, in a small, scared sound. Or maybe I just wanted it to be scared. I went back to the kitchen and sat down. I didn't drink the water. I put my head down on my arms and waited for morning. The next day, I called in sick. I cleaned the flour up, feeling foolish again, and then again not foolish at all. When I reached the headboard, the scratches looked deeper. I smelled a faint sour smell like old sweat. Then it was gone. I put the old phone away. I told myself no more recordings. Maybe recordings feeded. That was not logic, but logic felt thin. At noon, the manager dropped a form through my mail slot. A notice. It said there would be a fine if the noise continued. The line about regardless of occupancy made me laugh once, hard, and then made me feel like it had sucked air out of me. I picked up the form and thought about moving. I tried to pack a box. One box. Books, some shirts, the mug from my sister's wedding. I got as far as 3 books before I had to sit down. The heaviness inside my chest wasn't fear, exactly. It was the feeling you get when you are being rude to a host. I told myself I was losing my mind. The thought felt too neat. Minds don't fall apart in a neat way. They fray, they fuzz. This felt sharp. It felt like a rule. In the afternoon, I went to the building records online. Sometimes these sites tell you who owned what when. There wasn't much. The building had been a larger house a long time ago, cut up and added to. There was a file with a floor plan from a renovation. The file was a scam, crooked and grainy, but I could make out beams and rooms. My unit used to be part of a bigger space that had a note in pencil. Therapy. I didn't know what that meant. The old plan had a circle drawn in a corner, a note that I couldn't read. The circle was under the place where my bedroom was now. The drawing made a small cold settle behind my sternum like a coin. I closed the laptop without meaning to. The neighbor across the hall caught me with my keys in hand that evening. Going out, she said, I might stay with my sister again. I said, are you hearing anything? I almost said, are you okay? Like I could trade questions with answers. I hear the same things I heard before. She said, sometimes, before you hear them. What do you mean? She shrugged. Some sounds go where they want first. Is that a joke? I asked. She smiled with the edge of her mouth. No, I slept at my sister's that night with my shoes on. Around 2 a.m., I dreamt about a swing that kept moving even when the person on it had stopped. It was quiet in the dream, and the rope was smooth and warm, and my hands could not make the swing slow. I woke to my sister padding to the bathroom, then back, then to a soft scrape from somewhere that wasn't her apartment. When I fell asleep again, I woke once more with a word in my ear that was my own name, said in my own voice, the way I would say it if I were trying to call myself back from a window in the morning. There was an email in my inbox from a sender I didn't recognize. The subject was blank. The content was one line. Please stop swinging. It had my building's address below it, typed wrong at 1 digit. The header showed it was sent at 2:41 a.m. There was no reply address. The little details that computers give you, IP addresses, servers, were empty. It was as if it had been mailed from a place without any numbers. I walked back to my apartment slower than normal, as if fast might stir up something behind me. The hallway was clean. A mat sat in front of 2F with a cat on it that had been printed in a smile. My door looked like my door. Inside, the smell of dust was stronger. I opened the windows even though the outside air was cold. I ran the fan in the bathroom to pull air through. I took the vent cover off as far as I could without removing the screws. I put my fingers in the slats and felt cool metal, an old lint, and the flat side of emptiness. I remembered the crawlspace hatch at the end of the hall by the stairs. It had been painted the color of the ceiling. It had no handle. The maintenance guy had said nothing about that. I went to the hatch and stood on the last step and looked up. The paint was cracked in a way that made me think of a held breath again. I went back to my apartment and got a butter knife and a flashlight. The hallway was bright with day. I slid the knife along the edge of the hatch and felt dry paint peel and crumble. A thin line of grit fell on my cheek, and I brushed it away and made myself not think about spiders. The hatch was heavier than I planned. When it moved, the edge came down fast and thumped the knife and pinched it. I let it drop, and it fell back into place, and the sound echoed through the stairwell like a hand on a drum. No one opened the door to ask what I was doing. The building listened. The second try, I pried more gently and put my other hand flat against the hatch. It lifted a little. I pushed again, one shoulder up, knife inside, and the hatch opened enough for me to slide it aside. Grey air leaked out, cool and low. I played the flashlight beam up and saw dust. Dust like snow on a plane. Joists, wires, nothing alive. That should have calmed me. It did not. Dust can hide more than anything. I got my folding step stool from my closet and set it under the hatch. I climbed up and stuck my head in. The air tasted like the word old. I kept telling myself, beam, joists, plaster backs, nails, pipe. I crawled my shoulders through and held the flashlight in my mouth and moved my knees 2 inches at a time. The flashlight shook against my teeth. Above my unit, the space narrowed. The wood was dark from years. In one patch, the joist wore a smooth mark, a curve. I slid closer, and it was clear. Where the beam had been touched, the dust was thin. The wood showed through, rubbed. Not a straight line, not a random scuff. A curved band like a palm had smoothed it by passing under it many times. The curve matched, rough and gentle, the same arc I had on my ceiling. The beam had 2 faded rings in it, black iron fixed in with screws so old they looked like teeth. The rings were dull and showed scars. One ring had a bit of grey fibre stuck in the split of the metal. I got as close as I could and teased with the knife until the fibre came free. It was soft and flat, like cloth that had been rubbed until it relaxed. It disintegrated when I rolled it between my fingers. The small part of me that still thought in neat lines said, old curtain maybe, or rope. Another part said another word I didn't want. My chest felt tight. I counted my breaths, and they came too short. I slid backward with the light ahead, and the dust lifting and settling around my face. My foot slipped once and hit plaster and made a hollow sound, and I soothed myself like a scared dog. Okay, okay, you're okay. Don't go through. Slow. The hatch yawned bright below. I dropped my legs and found the stool. I closed the hatch gently. I went back inside. and went directly to the sink and washed my hands more than needed. My knuckles scraped on the faucet and came away clean anyway. The air felt more crowded than when I'd left. I wrote to the manager. I wrote, "There are rings in the beam above the unit. It looks like there used to be equipment installed. That could explain the noise. Would you please remove whatever is making contact with the ceiling?" I included the word "please" twice. He didn't answer that afternoon. I sent the maintenance photo of the rings. No reply. At dusk, I stood in the bedroom and stared at the ceiling until my neck ached. The arc stared back with the patience only a shape can have. I moved the bed a foot to the left. The legs gripped the rug and moaned. I moved it another foot. The arc stayed where it was. Of course it did. I moved the bed under it again because I didn't know what else to do, and I was tired of pretending that moving furniture would change gravity. My sister texted me at 8. "You okay?" she wrote. "I will be," I sent. "Just noise things." I typed, "Come over," then erased it. The apartment looked small, and I did not want anyone else inside it with the air like this. At 10, an email came from the manager. Single line. "We installed a hallway monitor. Please respect quiet hours." I wrote back, "Please review my recordings. It is not me. It's the building. Maybe the vent." No reply. The building went quiet. The building is always quiet at 10. 10 feels like the building holds breath and closes its eyes and listens to you even if you do nothing. I turned off my lights, then turned them back on because dark made me think too much. I left the bedside lamp on. I lay down and promised myself I would not listen for anything. I listened anyway. At 1:53 a.m., the lamp flickered. It could have been the bulb. It steadied. The curtains nudged inward once, then settled. I watched the clock change numbers. At 2:11, the bed frame vibrated in one small shiver. The creak came next, long, soft, drawn. I held the sheet at my chest so my hands would have something to be busy with. I whispered, "Stop." It should have sounded angry. It sounded afraid. The sound paused. The pause had weight. Then the creak resumed, softer than before, like it was trying to be good. I got out of bed slowly and went to stand under the arc again. The room stopped. The kind of stopped that feels like when you walk into a room where someone has been talking about you and they put their hands down on the table too flat. The quiet felt like a rule again. As long as I was under this spot, it would not move. I wanted that to make me feel strong. It made me feel like a plug in a leak. I stood longer than I wanted. I thought I could wait it out, make it forget its rhythm. Time in apartments is strange at night. I had time to remember the first day I moved into 2E. How I liked the way the afternoon sun crossed the wall. I had time to think about the way the neighbor's key scratches around her lock. The habit of her hand missing a little. I had time to think about the word therapy written on the plan. About a chair with rings. About someone trying to teach a body to trust weight again by swinging. The thought was not mine. It came into me and stood there and looked out. When I backed away, the creak came once gentle. The bed made a little resigned sound. I sat on the floor against the closet door and slept without remembering falling asleep. I woke at 6 to an email from the manager. The hallway monitor shows activity at 2:17 a.m. near 2E. Please be considerate. Near 2E, not in 2E. Near. I wrote. That was me. I went to the kitchen for water. I'm trying to figure this out. Please help me. He sent me a link to the hallway camera. The clip showed my door silent and closed. The timestamp said 2:17. The audio track had a faint hum you get from cheap mics. If you listened hard, there was a soft music inside it. I turned my laptop volume up. It wasn't music. It was humming. A person humming. The notes were the kind you use when you want to make a dog calm. Nothing with a melody. It was near my door, but not in my door. The camera didn't show anyone in the hall. The hum turned briefly into a single word that could have been my name, or the shape of my name. Then silence. I shut the laptop. I walked out into the hall and stood in that same spot. The carpet was dull blue. There was nothing there but a shadow at the baseboard that always looks like a spider at first glance. I went back inside and began to pack again. I did not stop this time. I put books in a box and taped it before the feeling could tell me to stop. I put clothes in grocery bags and tied the handles. I pulled the sheets and stuffed them into a trash bag and tied that too. I left the bed bare. It looked smaller without the dressing. The room looked like it was remembering something it had never forgotten. That thought has no logic. It was how it felt. In the afternoon, I borrowed my sister's car and moved 2 loads of things to her place. On the 3rd load, I stood in my kitchen and looked at the empty counter and the cup in the sink and the little scratch on the cabinet door, and I thought, what if I am rude to leave? The thought came in someone else's voice, which sounded like mine saying it from another room. The neighbor across the hall stepped out with her trash bag then. We looked at each other. She said, "You're going?" "I think so," I said. She nodded once. "Sometimes it's better," she said. Then she added, "Don't look up when you close the door." "Why?" "You'll look if I tell you not to," she said, and went down the stairs. I went back into my bedroom for one last look, because that is what people do. The light was tired. The plaster was tired. The bed frame was plain wood, scarred on the leg where I hit it with the vacuum last week. The ceiling arc glowed a little in the dull way dusk glows when the light from the window lines up just so. I stepped forward, and then I remembered what the neighbor said and stepped back again. I looked up anyway. The arc was wider now. It had 2 faint parallel lines inside it, like something with 2 strands had passed under the plaster over and over. In one spot, a tiny piece of grey fibre clung to the ceiling like a single hair. It lifted and sank with a breath that wasn't mine. At that moment, I could not tell if the air was moving or the thought of air moving was making my eyes lie. I thought of someone standing under the beam above, holding rope, pushing forward, releasing, waiting, listening for the small knock when it hit the same place on the bed frame. I thought of the word therapy and how it can be a kind of quiet that never ends. I put the last bag by the door. I took a photo of the empty room. It looked like any empty room. You could send it to someone, and they would say, "Looks good." The manager met me in the hall as I turned the keys in. He took them and held them and did not put them in his pocket. He looked over my shoulder into the room. "You moved the bed," he said. "Just a little," I said. I put it back. He nodded and finally slipped the keys between his fingers. "We'll do a walkthrough," he said. "I'll email you about the deposit. Please send me the hallway clip from last night too," I said. The humming. He looked at me in a way that meant he had already decided to say no. He said, "We'll be in touch." He stepped into my apartment. I stood in the hall. He walked to the bedroom and stood under the vent without meaning to, exactly in that spot. He looked up. He breathed in, and his face changed like a mirror had shown him something that was not what he thought. He didn't say anything. He backed away. He shut the bedroom door like you shut a door on a sleeping child. "Quiet hours," he said, without looking at me. "Not my noise," I said. He nodded, almost a bow. "Not yours," he said. He locked my door with one key, then another, and kept his eyes on his hands. That night I slept on my sister's couch again. It felt better. Her place smelled like a cleaner and basil and the radiator that clicks like a metronome. We sat up too late and didn't talk about the word we weren't saying. At 2, the building across the street turned one light off, then another. At 2:17, it felt like someone had put a hand on my shoulder and was waiting for me to move. I didn't move. I lay there and listened to the quiet. It held. I almost cried from a kind of relief that had too much in it. When I woke at dawn, my phone had an email. The sender was a collection of letters that didn't make a word. The subject line was blank. The message was, "Thank you." The timestamp was 3:03 a.m. The header said it came from my old building's Wi-Fi. The IP address was the elevator. That's not how IP addresses work. I stared until the screen timed out. I stood and stretched, and my spine made a small crack. I turned, and my eyes went to the ceiling. Habit. There was no dust arc. Her ceiling was smooth white and had a happy stain from a leak that was fixed last spring. There was no curve. I breathed, and then I breathed again. Later that day, I went back to the building to pick up a package that had come late. The manager wasn't in the office. There was a note on the door. Back at 3. The hallway smelled like lemon and old plaster, the way it always has. My neighbor's door was open an inch. She closed it when she saw me, then reopened it when she saw I had seen. She stepped out with the bag of letters she always takes to the mailbox because she refuses the slot. "How's your sister's couch?" she asked. "Sore," I said. "Better than here." She looked at me like she was checking the weather in my eyes. "You did it right," she said. "You left quiet." I was about to smile when, from behind my old door, I heard a soft creak. It was not loud. It was not doing it wrong. It was the kind of sound you make when you know how to live with rules and you still want something. The neighbor looked at the door, then at me, then put her finger to her lips. "Quiet hours," she said. Then she went to the stairs. I stood there a second too long. I wanted to knock on my own door. I wanted to say something kind to Arun. I didn't. I left the package in the manager's bin and went back out into the street and let the day take me up. At my sister's that evening, I hung a shirt in her spare closet and saw that her rod had two faint polished spots where hangers rub most. I thought of rings in a beam and shook my head at myself and smiled because people rub their way into places wherever they live. It doesn't always mean something. That night I lay on the couch and did not fight sleep. When I woke in the dark, the radiator clicked 3 times, the way it does. A car went past. The upstairs neighbor walked to her bathroom. The building breathed. And then, from somewhere that had no place, a soft sound came like a swing, trying not to be heard. And then it passed. It kept going. It wasn't for me. It wasn't mine. I still check ceilings without meaning to. In stores, at friends' houses, in waiting rooms. When I see a smooth expanse of paint, I feel my shoulders let something go. When there is a smudge, or a stain, or a line, I wait. And the waiting tells me, if it's only a smudge, sometimes a song gets in my head with no tune. Just the hum people use when they want to fill a space. When that happens, I stand under a doorway and listen until the hum folds around me and lets me step out. The word for that is not logic. It works anyway. The manager never emailed me about my deposit, but the fine also never came. One afternoon, he sent a 1-sentence message. We found a structural issue with 2E and 3E. That was all. No apology, no detail. I took that line and put it in a small box in my head and labeled it with a date and did not open it again. My neighbor mailed me a postcard that said, "It's quieter. Thank you." The stamp had a picture of a bell. She didn't sign her name. She didn't need to. Sometimes I wake at 2:17 with my mouth making my name, and sometimes I don't. When I do, I lie very still. I breathe slow. I think of the clean arc in the dust, and the way it caught the light, and the way it stopped when I stood under it. And I think of leaving, and I think of staying, and I think the floor of this world is full of beams, with little polished places where someone kept touching. And I think that touching is often not ours, and I think of quiet hours, and I listen until I hear nothing. And then the nothing holds me like a rule that has decided, just for tonight, to be kind. I keep my living room lamp on a timer. It clicks on at dusk and off at midnight. That way the room looks warm when I get home. That way I don't come back to a dark square that feels like a box. The day it started, I was at work. I was in the break room, chewing a tired sandwich, looking at the wall clock that always runs 3 minutes fast. My phone buzzed once on the table. Motion detected. Living room. I almost didn't tap it. The camera sometimes flags headlights on the street as motion. It gets excited about shadows. But I tapped. The clip opened. It was 10 seconds long. All you see at first is my small room. The grey couch. The rug with a coffee stain on one corner. The lamp is in the shot. To the right, by the window. The curtains are closed. The pattern is thin white lines, like rain. The air looks still. Then the curtain moves, not like a wind, not a quick wave from a draft. It lifts a little and falls, slow. It looks like someone under the fabric took a breath and let it out. It does it once, it does it again. The motion is gentle, patient. The hem rises and sinks in time with nothing. My heart beat in my throat. I told myself. Window not sealed. Heat on. Air from the vent. Easy answer. But then I watched the wall behind the lamp. The lamp has a linen shade. When it is on, it throws a round shape on the wall. The shadow of the shade makes a soft line. In the clip, the shadow moves. I thought, of course it moves if the lamp sways. But the lamp doesn't sway. The base is steady. The chain hangs straight down. The shade is still. The shadow shifts anyway. It slides to the right while the lamp is sitting there. It shifts to the right like the light is moving to the left. It is a small slide, but it is wrong. And once you see it, your chest feels tight. I watched the 10 seconds 3 times. I zoomed in with my fingers until the pixels showed. The shadow line pulled away from the corner of the frame. Like a tide, the lamp did not move. The curtain took one long, slow breath. The clip ended. I texted my sister. Weird alert. Curtains moved. She replied a moment later with a winking face and wrote, drafty. I wanted her joke to be the answer. I wrote back, sure. I worked the rest of the day and told myself not to think about it. By the time I took the bus home, the city was in that silver hour when everything is a mirror. The hallway in my building smelled like somebody's soup. I unlocked my door. The room was tidy, the way empty rooms are. The air had the stillness of a held note. The lamp sat where I left it. The curtains hung in their straight lines. I put my hand to the window. Cold glass. I checked the latch. It was down. I ran my fingers along the edge and felt the old paint ridge. No breeze lifted the fabric. I stood still and tried to feel anything. I felt my own breathing, heavy because I'd walked up the stairs too fast. I touched the lamp. The metal was warm under the shade. The switch made its small click. On, off, on. The shadow on the wall was where it always is, a soft oval. The edge was crisp on one side and faded on the other, the way it's always been. I stood and watched it until I felt stupid. I went into the kitchen and made tea and kept the door to the living room open so I could hear the normal hum. The kettle hissed. Someone upstairs dropped something and swore, and the sound came down the pipe that runs right through my corner. It felt good to hear a human voice. That night at 11:58, the timer clicked and the lamp went dark. I was brushing my teeth. The dark in the living room felt heavier than usual, like it sat down hard on the couch. I spit and rinsed and shook my head at myself. I do not have a cat. I do not have plants that move. I do not have a roommate. I live alone. I wanted all those facts to feel like a wall that would stop my mind. They didn't. At 12:13, my phone buzzed again. Motion detected. Living room. I was in bed already. Lights off. Covers pulled up. I propped myself up on my elbows and opened the app. The clip was 12 seconds this time. The room was dark. The camera pushed the grain up to see anything. The street outside smeared a soft glow through the curtain fabric. In that glow, the curtain moved. Up, down, slow. It looked like the room itself was breathing after holding too long. The lamp was a shadow shape now. The shadow of its shade still made a darker oval on the wall, even with the lamp off. The oval shifted. It slid a little to the left, while the lamp was not on at all. Something cold ran along my spine like a wet finger. I didn't want to watch it again, but I did. The clip ended with nothing, like it always does. I got out of bed. My body didn't want me to. I did anyway. I walked the 4 steps to the living room doorway and leaned against it and looked in. My eyes made everything into shapes until I could read them again. The couch, the chair, the square of the window. The curtain didn't move. The air was a held pond. I stood there too long, breath the only sound I owned. I finally went back to bed and lay flat and listened to my heart slow. And when I fell asleep, I dreamed of someone pressing a hand to a sheet and releasing it again. Patient, patient. In the morning, logic woke up first. It told me what to do. Check the window, check the vent. I got out a small screwdriver and took the vent cover off. Dust flakes fell in a soft snow, and I sneezed. The duck behind it was just a black mouth. I held my phone light up and looked for anything obvious. The metal looked like time. Nothing moved. I took a tissue and wiped the top of the window sash. My hand came away with a grey film. I ran my fingers along the weather strip and felt it resisting, hard and flat. The latch was firm. I looked at my hand. There were tiny ridges of dirt in my skin. Normal. Everything was normal. At lunch, I asked the super, on my way to the mailbox, if the windows get new seals in the winter. He said, "They're fine," and kept walking. He does not enjoy his job, or he enjoys making it look like he doesn't. I said thanks anyway, to the back of his jacket. That night, I put a small piece of tape at the corner of the curtain hem, so I would know if it moved while I was in the room. I put a penny on the windowsill, right against the fabric, so any wind would knock it. I turned on the lamp and sat on the floor, with my back against the couch. I waited. I told myself, no one waits for a curtain to breathe. I did anyway. Around 10, the building quieted. The radiator made a small tick like a friendly insect. The street gave me the occasional tire on wet. The lamp hummed that tiny hum all lamps do when you listen wrong. The curtain did not move. The tape sat flat. The penny stayed upright. The lamp's shadow on the wall sat polite. I got up twice to look closer and sat back down twice without touching anything. I told myself I was going to bed early. I told myself the timer would shut off the lamp and I would be asleep and everything would be normal and the camera would catch headlights again and nothing else. At 2:03 a.m., my phone buzzed. I was not asleep. I opened the app with hands that didn't want to. The clip began with nothing. Then the curtain lifted. If I had to time it, I would say it took long, long seconds to rise to its small height. It hung there, then it fell. The motion was smooth. It reminded me of the way my mother used to check if I was asleep, lifting the corner of the blanket and letting it settle back. Not wanting to wake me, the lamp was still off. The round shadow of the shade still marked the wall a bit darker than the rest of the dark. The round shape pulled off the wall a little, then eased back, like a fish moving in slow water. For 1 second, the edge of the shadow was sharper than it should be if the only light was the street through the cloth. It looked like there was a second, soft light coming from the right that wasn't real. The clip ended. My chest hurt. I lay there until the timer clicked on at dusk the next day. I had slept in pieces. I went to work and knew I was not with my body most of the morning. I moved papers in a pattern and smiled when the manager walked past, because that is what you do. When I got home, the room felt like a person holding its breath because you were late. I tried an experiment. I opened the window 2 inches and sat on the couch. The curtain pushed toward me with the cold air, then flopped back. The motion was random and messy. It didn't look like breath. It looked like wind. I watched the lamp shadow. With the lamp on, I could see how the shape changed a little as the fabric moved. The pattern of the cloth bent the light and played games. Then I closed the window and waited. The air went still. The pattern of the cloth drew straight lines again. The shadow stayed where it belonged. I turned the lamp off and watched the faint dark oval on the wall. It was the kind of darkness that is only there because everything around it is lighter. It did not move. I stood up and swung the lamp a little with my finger to see what the normal looks like. The shadow sloshed the way water sloshes in a tub, and then it settled where it began. Everything obeyed. Breath out. I set 2 more small pieces of tape on the wall at the edge of the lamp shadow, so I would know if it moved. I marked the carpet with a chalk line under the lamp foot, so I would know if the base walked. I told myself I had stopped being rational and had moved into theater. I did it anyway. That night, I decided to sleep in the bedroom with the door shut. It made me feel like I had put the weird into a room and closed it. I left the lamp on. I wanted to see if the shadow moved while the light was on. At 1:59 a.m., the motion alert buzzed, and I didn't open it. My body was aboard. The second buzz, 5 minutes later, made me sit up. My feet found the cold floor. I opened the app because not opening it was worse. The clip showed the lamp in its corner, lit. The wall was the color of tea. The curtain lifted, slow, slow, held for a count of 3, fell. The tape on the wall, my little marks, told me the oval shadow moved. It moved away from the lamp without the lamp moving. It slid toward the door. The chalk under the lamp foot sat in its white half moon. The base did not move, but the shadow edged over my tape line and stayed for a beat, like something had arrived on that part of the wall and decided to sit. I watched the frame by frame. The app lets you drag it with your finger. The shadow line found the tape, and then it covered it, then retreated, then found it again, then retreated. It looked like a tide making up its mind. The clip ended right after the shadow stopped. I had 1 breath, and then nothing to do with it. I opened my door, and the living room air felt colder on my face than the bedroom. The lamp was on. The tapes were where I put them. The chalk line looked like a smile, that didn't make it to the eyes. The curtain hung with patience. I walked over and put my hand on the wall where the shadow had paused. The paint was cool and a little rough. I didn't feel anything else. I held my hand there too long, waiting for the movie to meet the room. It didn't. I went back to bed and kept the door open because the closed door had started to feel like a dare. The next day, I tried to talk to it, if it was an it. I am not the kind of person who talks to rooms. I felt stupid as the words left my mouth, but the silence after was worse. I stood by the lamp and said, "If you need me to move the lamp, I will. Just don't do this. Please don't." The lamp looked like a lamp. The window looked like a window. I felt heat rise in my face. I made coffee and used 2 sugars because I felt like I had been brave and dumb. The nightly alerts kept coming, always around 2. Sometimes it was 1 clip, sometimes 2, once 3. Like the camera could not decide when the motion began and when it ended. Each time the curtains moved in that slow, even lift and fall. Each time the shadow shifted in a way that made my stomach pull tight. I started to count quietly with each breath on each clip. The curtain rose to a slow count of 7. It hung for 3. It fell for 7. It did not change. Whatever was breathing did not tire. It felt like a metronome set for something inside me to match without my permission. I sat at my desk at work and caught myself breathing in that count. I stopped and held it for too long and had to cough to make my body forget. On Thursday, I bumped into the neighbor from across the hall. She is the kind of person who wears house shoes outside to take out the trash. We had said hello before, nothing more. She saw my eyes and asked, "You sick?" In the blunt way some people care. "Not sick," I said. "Weird nights." She nodded once, like that was a weather report. "Heat's clanking," she said. I shook my head. "Camera," I said. "Stuff moving in my living room when I'm not there." She looked at my door like it was listening to us. "Previous lady always left a light on in there," she said. "Day and night. I thought she did it for a cat." She didn't have a cat. Did she ever say why? No. The neighbor shifted her bag from one hand to the other. Sometimes I thought I heard someone humming. Late, like trying to keep company. "You know that sound?" I nodded. I didn't say I had heard a sound like that in the audio one night. Real low, like someone with no tune in mind. "She moved," the neighbor said. "One day there were boxes. Next day she was gone. Sometimes that's the best." She smiled at me with the corners of her mouth and went down the stairs like she never said anything important. On Friday, I bought a second lamp at the thrift store. Cheap. A bare bulb with a small shade. I set it across from the first lamp on the other side of the room. I wanted to see if 2 lights would make the shadow behave. When both were on, both shadows sat where they should, overlapping on the wall in a faint almond shape. I marked again with tape. It felt like making a map that would stay put, even if the land moved. I went to bed. My phone buzzed. The clip showed a trick the room had learned. The curtain lifted and fell as always. The two lamp shadows merged into that almond. Then the almond slid to the left. Both lights were steady. I could see both shades in the frame, calm, but their joined shadows shifted, like a boat being pulled by a rope, tied to nothing. I paused the clip and covered the lamps with my thumb and forefinger to see only the wall. With my fingers there, you could believe it was just a change in the light from outside, but it wasn't outside. The clock on the mantle shows the seconds in a red dot. When it ticks, the red dot blinked right through the moment the shadow moved, and nothing threw a headlight across my window. I wanted to laugh, not because it was funny, because my body needed to get rid of the pressure that had built up in my chest. The sound that came out was not a laugh. It was the sound you make when the doctor says a word you didn't know you were scared of. The next day, I called the camera company. The support person had a kind voice and asked me to check firmware and unplug and reboot. While I waited for the little light to go from red to blue, she asked me what the motion looked like. I told her. She said, "Maybe the sun angle changes." I said, "It's at 2 a.m. She said, "Maybe a bug in the algorithm." We both laughed without enjoying it. She said she would escalate. She never did. I stopped telling people. My sister knows how I talk when I am not fine, and she texted me a lot. I told her I was sleeping weird. I didn't tell her about the way I had to press my back to the living room door every night and count to 20 before I could open it, like I was growing a new muscle named Brave. On Sunday afternoon, I sat on the floor with a notebook and made a plan. If this is air, then a fan should change it. If it is light, then heavy curtains should stop it. If it is the camera, then a second camera would show a different story. I bought a heavier curtain. I took the thin one down and hung the thick, a color like storm. I bought a small desk fan and set it on the floor to one side. I set my tablet on a chair to record a second angle. I was careful. I wrote down what I did. It felt like the way you list out ingredients, so you can say you followed the recipe, and the cake still fell. That night, I sat in the bedroom doorway and watched in person, not just on screens. The lamp was on. The second lamp was off. The new curtain hung heavy as a wall. The fan was off. At 1:50, I felt the air change like it does before a person steps into a room you can't see. It was not colder. It was a shift in attention, as if the room had turned its face toward me. I held my breath and heard my heart and the deep, slow rhythm of the building. The curtain lifted. The heavy fabric rose like someone lifting a quilt corner. It rose less than the thin curtain had risen, but it rose. It held. It fell. The fan was off. The window was shut. The lamp hissed that small hiss. I felt a line of sweat down my back, though I did not feel hot. The shadow moved. I saw it with my eyes, not only through a lens. The soft dark of the shade's round edge pulled toward the kitchen, then eased back. I stepped into the living room, thinking my body could stop it by making the room mine. The shadow stopped. The curtain hung, as if it had never moved. The air was an obedient student. I stood there with my hand out, like I had meant to touch the wall. and forgot how to finish. I whispered, "Please," without knowing what I meant. The silence answered with the sound of the fridge motor ticking on. I backed into the hall until my feet found carpet. I waited there. I watched from the edge. The curtain lifted again. The shadow moved again, as if my body had been a pause button and I had pressed play by stepping away. I did not sleep. At dawn, I watched the sun turn the storm curtain into a bright slab. The timer clicked the lamp off, and the room felt both lighter and more alone. I laughed for real then, a sharp sound that surprised me, and it made me feel human again for 1 second. I spent the day looking up the building. Sometimes the internet tells you stories you didn't ask for. This building used to be a clinic 50 years ago. The photos I found were small and blurred. In one, there was a waiting room with 3 chairs and a low lamp between them. The shade was a shape like mine, fat at the bottom, narrow at the top. On the wall in the photo, the shadow of the shade stood at attention, exactly where a shadow of a lamp should go. The caption said only, "Second floor, north wing." I printed the photo and taped it inside a cabinet because it felt wrong to leave it out. I lost track of days. I drank coffee too late, and then lay awake, and then fell asleep in the wrong hours. I kept going to work because rent doesn't pay itself, and work felt like weights you lift with your hands to remind yourself you have hands. In the evenings, I did small things people do. I folded towels. I took out the trash. I lined up my shoes. I waited to be brave and wasn't. One night, I tried something else. The audio on the clips sometimes had a sound in it. It was low. It wasn't the building. It wasn't cars. I recorded myself humming a single note and played it through a small speaker at a low volume and left the room. I don't know what I thought would happen. Maybe I thought the room would feel answered. The clip that night had a surprise. The curtain lifted and fell. The shadow moved its wrong way, and the humming on the audio picked up my note, but under it there was a second voice. It hummed 2 notes that weren't mine. They moved around my straight line the way someone's hand moves around yours when they try to teach you a new grip. It made my stomach fold. I set the speaker in a drawer and didn't take it out again. The next day, my sister pressed me on the phone. "Come stay," she said. "You sound thin." Her word. I told her I would come on the weekend. She said, "No, tonight." Her voice does not leave room for argument when she is right. I left the lamp on a timer and locked up and left. An hour later, my phone lit up at her place. Motion detected. Living room. I opened it sitting in her kitchen while she chopped onions. The clip was dark. The curtain moved as always. The shadow went the wrong way as always. Then the chain on the lamp lifted and fell and clicked against the metal base, very soft. It didn't swing wild. It rose, made its small touch, fell. It looked like fingers that had forgotten how to hold. I showed my sister. She stopped chopping. She stared at the little screen and then at me. "What is that?" she said. It was not a question that wanted an answer. After a moment, she put the knife down and wiped her eyes in a way that would work whether it was onions or fear. "Stay here a few days," she said. I'll come with you to check on it in the mornings. We both pretended that was normal. We went the next morning. The room was the room. The chain was still. The curtain hung. There was a small mark on the wall where my tape had been, and I had peeled it off too fast. I ran my finger over the mark and thought, I'm the only damage here, and didn't know if that was true. I stayed with her 2 more nights. The alerts came at the same times. The curtain breathed. The shadow changed its mind where the light was. One clip had a shape in it for one frame, as if a taller darkness slipped between the lamp and the wall. But when I tried to pause on it, my finger always landed a fraction too late. I watched it on a loop, like a person looking for their face in a crowd. I did not see mine. On the 3rd morning, there was an email from the building management. Please be advised, we have received multiple noise complaints. The word noise made me flash hot and then cold. I wrote back that there was no noise. There was motion, and the motion happened when I was away. I attached a clip and then attached another. I knew the reply would be a template. It was. We will investigate. When I moved back into my place after those days at my sister's, the room felt different. It was like it had finished a long sigh and was waiting to start another. I walked in and stopped. My eyes went to the wall without wanting to. The oval shadow of the lampshade was there even in the afternoon. When the lamp was off, it shouldn't have been. The sun was behind the building then. The room was full but dim. That oval sat like a bruise. When I reached for the switch and turned the lamp on, the oval didn't change. The light brightened the wall around it, but the oval stayed the same kind of dark. I turned the lamp off and on 3 times like a bad joke. The oval stayed put. I touched the wall inside the oval. The paint was the same. My hand cast its own shadow with the lamp on, a shape that sat inside the oval like a patch. When I moved my hand away, the patch left. The oval remained. I took a piece of chalk and traced the edge. It was a childish thing to do. It made me feel like I had a line I could show to someone. My finger left a pale ring on the paint. I stepped back. It was ugly to look at. It was proof of something I didn't want. That night, the clip showed the oval drifting. It pulled away from my chalk line like a tide from a shoreline. It moved in slow inches. It stopped just past a stack of books. The next clip, it moved back. It never went where my chalk line now was. It ignored my map. I called my sister again. It's getting worse, I said. She said, then leave. I said, I can't afford to move out right now. She said, come stay as long as you need. I said, my things, and then felt foolish for thinking a couch and a lamp and a rug mattered next to sleep. She said, we'll get your things later. She has a way of making the right things sound like the only thing. I put some clothes in a bag. Before I left, I stood in the living room and looked at the side wall where the lamp's wrong shadow liked to sit. I said, I can't stay. I'm sorry. It felt like closing a door on a guest who had nowhere else to go. It made my throat hurt in a way I did not understand. At my sister's, I slept 9 hours and woke with my mouth dry and my back stiff, but my head clear. The world felt like it had edges again. When I went back to the apartment with boxes a few days later, the chalk ring was smeared. I hadn't touched it. It had a finger drag in it that didn't match my hand. The curtain looked heavier, as if it had got tired. The lamp had a faint grey smear on the shade, a thumb's width, a place you would touch if you were reaching to turn it off and didn't know how hard to press. I packed. I put books in boxes and taped them. I wrapped cups in shirts. I put the lamp in a box last, ginger with the chain. As I wrapped the cord, it lifted once and brushed my wrist. I told myself I had let it slip. I told myself to breathe and not count while doing it. When the room was empty but for dust and my chalk smear, I sat on the floor and looked at the wall. The oval was gone. The wall was plain. The air felt like it had finally exhaled and did not plan to inhale again for a while. The manager did a walkthrough and said, "Looks okay," and clicked his pen and did not make eye contact with the wall. He said, "We'll send the deposit after we check the floor." He did not ask why the chalk was there. I did not tell him. He stood by the door and waited for me to leave like he was waiting for a bus. I gave the keys back and walked down the stairs. On the landing, my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Living room. I should have turned the camera off. I had not. My fingers opened the clip without asking me. The empty room sat in black and white. The curtain lifted and fell, one last slow breath. The oval shadow dragged itself 1 inch of wrongness, and then found stillness. The clip ended. I felt both grateful and sick. I turned the camera off. I told myself to mean it. At my sister's, I put the lamp in the corner. I didn't plug it in. For a week, I avoided turning on any lamp that shape. I sat in the dark more than a normal person should. It felt like I had to give the world time to put itself back. Sometimes I woke at 2 with the feeling of a weight on my chest. Not a thing, a pressure like a hand. It would pass. I would lie there and look at the ceiling and not see any dark ovals there. I would count until my numbers ran out. I went back once for my mail. The neighbor across the hall saw me and lifted her hand. "Quieter," she said. Nothing more. I nodded. I did not ask if she missed the hum. A month later, I got a message from the camera company. "We are rolling out a fix for motion alerts at night that may be triggered by lighting changes." It made me laugh again, sharp, then soft. I wrote back, "Thanks," and deleted the app. Sometimes when I'm in a waiting room or a friend's house, my eyes go to the wall behind a lamp without me telling them to. I look for the soft oval and tell myself it is normal. And the part of my body that learned to listen to wrongness decides. Most of the time, it is normal. Sometimes the shadow seems to think about moving and then does not. The way a person thinks about getting up and decides to sit. I don't have a moral. I have a lamp that I have not plugged in. I have a phone that does not show me pictures of my old room breathing. I have a memory of a curtain lifting and falling like it had learned me. I have a feeling sometimes when the light in a room changes for no reason, that something in the far corner has its own idea of where shadows should go and is tired of being polite about it. Every now and then, my phone buzzes with a phantom alert. Muscle memory. My hand goes to it, ready to see my old small room and my old careful lamp. And then I remember, and my hand falls back to my lap. The room I am in has its own light. The shadow on the wall keeps its shape. I sit under it and listen, and I breathe in my own time. And when I stand up, the shadow stays where it belongs. Most nights, that is enough. Once, late, I woke with a sound in my ear that was not a voice but had words in it anyway. It was the sound a person makes when they hum to keep company. It stayed with me for 2 breaths. It asked nothing. It left. I checked the corner where the lamp sat, unplugged. The shape of it was small in the dark. The wall behind it was plain. The curtain on the window, my sister's curtain, moved because the radiator breathed out heat. It was a quick, messy motion. It was not a slow, even rise. I lay back down and closed my eyes. In the morning, I made coffee. But when I walked past the unplugged lamp, its chain caught a glint of sun and lifted half an inch and fell. I told myself I had bumped the table. My shoulder had brushed it. My mind was ready to make the wrong thing out of it if I let it. I put my hand on the table. The wood was warm in that spot. I stood there a second longer than I needed to, and then I went on with my day. If I catch myself counting breaths in 7s, I stop and drink a glass of water and pick a different number. If I find my eyes on a wall when a lamp is on, I blink and make myself look at the people in the room. It helps. Not always. Enough. Some nights, very late, a thought comes and sits with me, the way a cat sits on a threshold. It is simple. The room wanted what rooms want when the light changes and the air slows. It wanted company. It wanted the shape of a person to be on its wall, the way it used to be. The way someone sat and read and hummed and pulled the chain slow so as not to break it. It wanted breath. I am not the person to give it that. I am a person who left and who sleeps better away. This is not a grand ending. It is an ending. I did text the new tenant once when the management office accidentally sent me a notice meant for 2E. I found the number on a slip left in my mailbox by mistake. I wrote, "If you hear something at night, try turning the lamp off and leaving the door open." It felt like a foolish thing to send. I added, "Sorry if that's weird. Welcome to the building." They never wrote back. That was fine. The last thing I kept from that place was the chalk. It lives in a drawer. Sometimes I take it out and make a small line on paper and wipe it away with my thumb and watch the dust smear. It is nothing. It leaves a faint trace on my skin. It washes right off. I stand at the sink and listen to the water, and the room behind me does not breathe. And the shadow behind me stays where it is supposed to be. And the sound in my ear is only the sound of a house being a house in the day, which is the best sound I know. The box sat on my doormat like it had been waiting all morning just for me. Brown, taped too neat, corners not crushed, the way a careful person packs. I bent to pick it up and almost said sorry out loud when it surprised me with its weight. My name was on the label, my apartment number, the street, the city. But the name above mine, in bold, was not mine. I read it twice. I had never seen that name before. It looked like a real name, not a joke. The kind of name you could imagine on a mailbox that has been there a long time. I turned the label toward the light. The paper was the kind I keep in my desk drawer. I knew the weight and feel because I bought a stack last winter to print my own labels when I sold a chair online. In the bottom corner of this label, in small grey letters, was a line I had never seen on a shipping label. Printed by DeskJet Twin 4 Farmanfighter 2E. That is my printer, my model, my unit. The timing stamp said 10:06 a.m. today. I was at work at 10:06. My printer was at home. The box was on my doormat because the super buzzed me and told the courier to leave it there. He does that sometimes if he recognizes the name. He didn't recognize this name. He recognized my unit. He buzzed anyway. I carried the box inside and set it on the table. The tape looked clean. The knife slid through like it was doing what it was meant to do. Inside was paper stuffing, old and new, crumpled, a roll of bubble wrap. I moved the wrap aside and saw metal, keys, a bowl of keys inside a box, not in a bowl, but they lay in a way that made me think of one. Gold ones, silver ones, flat ones, long ones. Some were old with big holes in the top, like the kind you see in pictures with skeleton keys. Some were modern with a fat black head. Some were tiny like for a diary. Some had tags on them. White plastic, yellow paper, an old cork tag with worn edges. The tags had words in a narrow hand. ER, roof, meter. Dates that meant nothing to me. And on one tag, in all caps, carefully scratched like the person was afraid to press too hard, it said, back door. The smell that came up from the box was metal and machine oil and the faint, sour dust you get in drawers that no one has opened in years. I took 2 steps back from the table and stood there with the knife still in my hand and felt the air in my apartment go quiet in a new way. It was afternoon, and the building is always quiet then. This was a different quiet. It felt like a held breath that is not yours. I touched the keys. They were cold at first, then warm fast, like holding coins. I picked up the one with the back door tag. The tag was thin plastic, a little yellowed, with a hole that had been punched off center. The letters were carved in with something sharp, so they had little burrs. Whoever made it had done it by hand. It was attached to a standard brass key. The blade had a bite on one side that looked like a missing tooth. The head was smooth. It did not look special. It looked like a key you would not notice in a handful unless you read the word on the tag. I tried to match any of the keys to what I own. My door, my mailbox, the storage cage in the basement, the lock on my bike. None matched. The mailbox key was close, but not perfect. The basement cage key slid in, almost, then caught. The lock on my door took my own key with its usual easy half-turn. These keys were for different doors, other doors, old doors. I told myself, there are people who collect keys. Maybe some person who lived here before me was one of them. Maybe they forgot the box. Maybe the box had been in a storage unit and finally found its way back. Maybe the shipping software printed by DeskJet 2450 2E because of a glitch, because of the label stock ID, because of something. I kept piling maybe on maybe until I was tired of my own voice in my head. I dug in the box for a packing slip. There was a folded sheet near the bottom. It had my address again, the wrong name again. The sender address was half faded. Return Debt. 1414, North Side. No city, no zip, a barcode, and a line with dots under it, like something had tried to print and then changed its mind. The top right had a tracking number. Under that, another small grey line. Label job, backdoor 2E. The word made my skin prickle. I set the paper down. I picked it up again and told myself it meant nothing. Backdoor. It's a common term. Trespass is when your mind picks up a common term and says it is not common anymore. I went to my desk and woke my computer. I opened the printer queue. It keeps a simple history, like a diary that lies. There was a job at 10:06 a.m. labeled Backdoor 2E. Status: completed. User: guessed. Pages: 1. I clicked details and scared myself to see my own machine tell me more. Job sent. From 127.0 so on. While 1. That is just the computer way of saying from here. The time matched the label. I was not here. I keep a small camera in my living room. It points at the door and the desk. I opened the app and scrubbed to 10 a.m. The feed showed my empty couch, the door, the desk, my printer. Nothing moved until the door buzzed and the courier's hand slid a box inside at 10:14. Before that, empty. My printer did not move. My printer does not have hands. I stood up too fast, and my chair caught my calf. The small pain helped. It lifted me back to the surface for a second. I texted my sister a photo of the box. She sent back a confused face and then wrote, "A mystery," like it was fun. I wrote, "It printed the label from my printer." She wrote, "How?" I wrote, "I don't know." She offered to come over. I said no. I didn't want another person to stand in the new quiet. I didn't know why. I took the keys out of the box and laid them on the table in a straight line, heads up, tags facing me. The tags told little stories. Old front, laundry, shed, garage remote. But there was no remote, just a key with that tag on it. Some had dates that went back 10 years. Some had no marks at all. I counted them. 23. The one with back door made 24. I put them in a bowl I use for coins and receipts and set the bowl on the shelf by the door. I told myself I would take the box down to the office and ask the super to leave a note for the courier to pick it up. The problem is a mistake. The solution is return to sender. Easy. I folded the empty box, slid it flat between the fridge and the wall, and washed my hands because the metal smell clung. That night, whenever I walked past the door, the keys in the bowl clicked in a tiny way, like coins settling when a bus stops. I knew the sound came from my steps shaking the floor. I told myself that. The keys sounded again once when I was sitting still. At 11:30, I took the back door key out and set it on the table by itself. I had a thought I didn't like. If I put it away from the others, it might not move with them, as if keys move. I am not that kind of person. I am the kind of person who reads a label and gets cold in the middle of a normal afternoon. I went to bed and thought of a back door that is not a door you use unless you have to. In the night, I dreamed about a hallway with no lights and a door with a window cut out, the kind with wire inside the glass like a net. I woke thirsty and angry at my own head. In the morning, the back door key was no longer on the table. It was in the bowl with the others. Tag turned up, letters looking like a little white mouth. I told myself, I must have put it there half asleep. It was a bad lie because I sleep like a rock. I took a photo of the bowl to have the arrangement, in case I wanted to know if it changed. I took the folded box and the packing slip down to the office. The super was on the phone. He pointed at the quiet sign that said he would be back in 5 and didn't hang up. I left a note that said, wrong delivery, unknown name. Please return to carrier. I wrote my number. I put the flat box and the slip on the chair by the desk and went to work. At noon, I got a text alert. Package picked up. Good, I thought. At 2 p.m., another alert. Return to sender. Unsuccessful. The tracking page showed a loop. Out for delivery. Delivered. Returned. Out. The map pin was my building. The label at the top had a change. The name had moved. It was now above my name with a long dash between. I went home with the kind of low buzz in the head you get when you've had too much coffee and not enough food. The box was on my doormat again. The flat I had made in the cardboard had popped back a bit, like it had breath in it. The label had a second label on top, the kind they slap when a code won't scan. The top one had my printer line again, printed by DeskJet 24 Sam Philo 2E. Inside my apartment, I found the bowl of keys moved an inch to the left. My photo from the morning showed it centered on the shelf. Now it was pushed toward the wall as if it had been nudged to make room for something that never sat there. The back door key lay across the top like a hand resting on a lap. I picked up the bowl and the keys clinked in a way that sounded like a voice, trying to say something with teeth closed. I tried the super again. He wasn't in. I knocked on my neighbor's door across the hall. She didn't answer. She was either sleeping or doing the thing where you stand behind the peephole and breathe quiet. I do not like to bother people if I am not sure of the words I need to use. I went back inside and shut the door and put the chain on, because sometimes your body gives you a small task to make you feel like you can control any other thing. I took one of the keys without a tag and tried it on my door for no good reason. It didn't go in. I tried 2 more. No, I tried the one with roof. I do not have roof access, but the building does. The stair door to the roof has a big old lock that looks like it wants to be a movie. The roof key did not fit the stair door. The metal mouth said no. In the basement, the meter room door has 2 locks. My landlord keeps 3 keys on his ring that jangle when he walks like a cartoon. I tried the key with meter. It went in halfway, then stopped. like it had found a piece of its own past and didn't want to go any further. I stood in the low light and the smell of laundry soap and tried to not look at the place where the concrete changes color under the stairs, where the web collects in a soft bowl. I took the back door key out of my pocket because I had put it there without meaning to. I held it up to the light. It was just a key. The tag was just a tag, but the little burrs in the letters made it look like the word would cut your lip if you tried to say it. On the way back up, I stopped at the landing where a small door sits flush with the wall. It is painted the color of the hall. It has no knob. It has a lock that is flat and old. It is not used. The super keeps a thing in front of it, usually a mop bucket or a blank sign. Today, there was nothing in front of it. I pressed my hand to the paint. It was colder than the hallway. I put the back door key to the lock. It did not fit. The metal clicked against metal in a soft way, as if they knew each other and did not want to talk. The hallway lights hummed. I could hear a TV from somewhere down the stairs. I brought the key away from the lock. A line of old paint on the door had lifted a little with the touch and stuck to the tag. I rubbed it off with my thumb until the B looked like a shape again. That night, I slept in the bedroom with the door open. I wanted to hear my whole place breathe, not just one room. I woke around 2 because the sound of metal on metal is not a sound you can sleep through if you live alone. Not loud, not a burglar. A soft sound like keys speaking or a lock trying to clear its throat. I lay still. It came again, out by the door. A small, quick clink, then 2 slow ones. Like a person playing with a key ring while they think. I was sure no one was in my apartment. I would have heard my door. I told myself that. The sound came again, then stopped. The stop was worse than the sound. It felt like when a person is waiting for you to answer and you do not know the right thing to say. In the morning, the bowl had moved another inch. It had left a clean circle on the dusty shelf where it had sat. The keys inside had arranged themselves somehow so that 3 of the long ones pointed toward the hall like compass needles. The back door key lay separate, tag turned down. On the smooth plastic of the tag was a faint, creasy half moon like a thumbprint, the kind left by a hand that has oil and dust on it from a century ago. I started to write things down. Time, sound, where the bowl sat, where the back door tag faced. It helped to see lines on paper. It made the odd feel like data. The data did not care. The events kept going the way water keeps deciding to be water. At lunch on day 3, the mail carrier knocked. He is one of those people you see long enough to feel like you know him. He handed me an envelope and then noticed the box by my door. "They sure want you to have that," he said, with that half smile people use when they want to not be too curious. "Do you know the name?" I asked him, pointing to the bold letters at the top. He shook his head. "Not on this route," he said. "Label looks home printed." He touched the corner. He glanced at my desk down the hall. "Nice model," he added, meaning the printer. The way he said it, and then chose to leave it there, told me something. He had seen the small grey line on labels before. He had not liked it then either. In the afternoon, my printer made a noise like it was waking up. I was in the kitchen. The sound was so normal that my mind was ready to not be afraid of it. It fed a single sheet. It printed in a faint grey, the way it does when it wants new ink. It printed a simple drawing, a floor plan, 2 rectangles and a corridor and a square, a circle at the back of 1 rectangle, drawn in pencil on the scan. Not the computer's hand, a scribble that said, "Backstairs." The handwriting was narrow and careful, like the tags. I held the paper in both hands. The smell of warm paper was soft. I set it next to my keys on the shelf and breathed like I wasn't breathing very well. I took the floor plan and walked around my apartment. It was not my apartment. It was my building long ago when the floor was 1 big unit and not 4. The wall I shared with the neighbor would have been open. The rectangle in the plan matched my living room and the neighbor's together. The circle marked a place that would be behind my coat closet, by the table where I keep my shoes. Backstairs, I opened my closet. Coats, the box of winter boots, an umbrella that never opens right. The plaster at the back had a hairline crack near the baseboard that looked like a smile turned down. I touched it and got white dust on my fingers. I pressed my ear to the wall. You know how sometimes a wall is a wall and sometimes a wall is a door pretending. It felt like the second kind. I went to the hardware store and bought a cheap stud finder because the internet said it helps you lie to yourself less. I ran it along the crack. It beeped in a line that was not where a stud should be. It drew a hollow shape and sound. Behind the plaster, a space. I didn't have tools to break plaster. I didn't want to. Even if I had, the rule in me that says, "Do not damage what you rent," kept my hand down. I laid the floor plan on the table and put a glass on it so it would not curl. At night, I left the lights on and sat on the floor in the hall and watched the closet door. I listened. The keys in the bowl clicked once, twice, like knuckles preparing. The printer whirred and then fell quiet without printing. The fridge coughed. The building settled. At 2:21 a.m., the door buzzer hummed as if a finger had brushed it in passing. A touch without weight. I said, "Hello," in a voice I would use to a neighbor. It went nowhere and rubbed my own ears on the way back. I got up and did a simple thing because my mind needed a task. I took the back door key from the bowl. I went to the closet and pushed hangers aside. I put the key to the plaster crack as if it could unlock plaster. Dumb. Quiet. The key felt warmer in my fingers near that line. Sometimes, if you have nothing left to try, you take a picture. I took a picture of the key against the crack. When I looked at it after, the flash had made the old paint blush. There were 2 small circles in the paint I had never noticed. They were low, at the height a child would reach. They looked like fingerprints. They were too even. They were the shape of the rubber tips of a ladder, or the ends of a walker, or something that had been leaned there many times. On day 5, I went to the records office at the library and asked about my building. The woman there wore a sweater with a pattern of small leaves. She had a voice that never gets excited and never gets bored. She pulled old permits. She showed me a card in a drawer with typed lines. The building had been a large house, then a small clinic. There was a permit in the 70s to add partitions. No note about any backstairs being sealed. I asked if a person with the name on the package had ever been listed. She pulled another drawer slow and said, "Here." The name was there once, a long time ago, attached to a year, attached to maintenance. No address. A line after said, "No forward." "Would you like a copy?" she asked. I said yes and paid a quarter and watched the copier slide light and black across the page. When I got home, a new label sat on my printer output tray. I hadn't heard it print. It had my address with the odd name again, and a note where a gift message would go. It said, "Keys enclosed. Do not make copies." Beneath that, faint, a second line that looked like the printer had tried to hold a word and failed. It printed the shadow of a sentence. "If you open the back door, please close it." I sat on the floor and leaned my head back against the couch and looked at the ceiling and saw shapes in the paint I had never noticed. A ship, a rabbit, a face that is not a face. I felt very tired. I did try to return the box once more. I brought it to the shipping store. The guy behind the counter weighed it and frowned. He said, "That's not enough." And then, "Oh, weird. It already says paid." He peeled a piece of the label back with his nail and put it back the instant he saw the printed line in the small grey letters. He looked up at me and smiled too wide and said, "We'll take care of it." When I got home, the box was at my door with a fresh label that read, in the gift message spot, "Recipient not home." The timestamp was 5 minutes earlier. I started to carry the back door key on a string around my neck. I don't know why. It was a dumb comfort. Under my shirt, it warmed with my skin. It knocked my sternum when I walked downstairs. I felt it the way you feel a small stone in your shoe. Constant, weirdly honest. The neighbor across the hall finally caught me at the mailboxes. She is older with good posture and the scarf she ties right. She has a way of staring at you like a teacher deciding if you did your homework. She looked at the string around my neck when the key edge showed. She didn't comment. She said, "Do you have a package you keep getting?" I nodded. She said, "The lady before you had keys everywhere, in a bowl. I told her it wasn't safe. She said they weren't for doors anyone used." "Did she say back door?" I asked. She pressed her lips shut in a line, then opened them again and said, "She said never open the back stairs alone." The way she said it made my skin do a small wave. She added, "She left fast." We both stood there like people at a bus stop who realize they are waiting for the same bus but would prefer not to. On day 7, I stopped pretending the quiet feeling was going to leave. It felt like a person who sits in a waiting room a long time. Not angry, not kind. Just there, I bought a small sledge and told myself I would not use it. I left it in the corner by the shoe mat. I told myself if there was a real door behind the plaster, I should tell the super. The super does not like to be told anything. My mind and the sledge stared at each other for hours. That night around 3, the building's heat shut off for a cycle, and the sudden stop woke me. In the thin quiet after, the printer fed a page. It printed a single word in a grey that was barely there. Knock. Then a second sheet. Try. So I did. I got up and put my palm flat on the plaster above the crack and knocked. Not loud. A knock you use when you want to ask a favor. The sound in the wall came back not as an echo, but as a solid dull against hollow, empty space. And from below that, like far down a tube, came the sound of something small hitting wood and falling. Not loud, my mind said. A key. That was not smart. Keys do not fall inside walls unless someone puts them there first. The sledge had a rubber handle. It felt good in my hand, in the way that something heavy and dumb can make you feel like you can do a hard thing. I tapped the plaster at the crack. It flaked. I tapped again. A silverfish ran like a thought. I put the sledge down and used the butt of a screwdriver instead, because the sound of the hammer was making me feel like a bad neighbor. I chipped enough to see wood behind white, old boards set with the grain side by side. I cleared the line down to the baseboard until I found a seam. My breath made the dust climb and fall. When I pushed the screwdriver into the seam, the wood moved a little. It gave the way a person leans when they are asleep, and you try to wake them without being rude. Something in me did not want to find out what was behind that wood. Something in me had been the one to buy the sledge. Both things were me. I slid the back door key off my neck and held it in my mouth to have my hands. It tasted like a coin, like a rail you touch on a hot day, like the top of a battery when you were a child. And do not believe someone when they say don't. I got the seam to pull back enough with my fingers. I found the top edge of a low door no more than 3 feet high. It had no knob from this side. It had an old screw head the size of a dime and a flat slot like a smile. I tried the back door key in the slot because it is a thing you would do in a story. Even though it is not a lock, the key slipped into the smile and it knew the shape. I turned it and the screw moved with a soft, long complaint, like a door that only opens once a year. The little door popped out at the base an inch. Cold air came out without smelling like anything. It felt like a cellar's breath from 100 winters. I put my ear to the gap. There was space that took sound and made it small. I did not hear steps. I did not hear breath. I heard a low hum like when you live near a highway and you forget until the power goes out and you remember you have been living with a sound your whole life. I lifted the door. It opened like a jaw the wrong way, hinged on the top. Behind it, a short flight of steps dropped into shadow. Old wood, dust, a seam where the light from my hall died. I picked up my phone and turned the flashlight on. The beam showed wood worn smooth, where hands had slid. I saw a shape on the wall at the bottom. There could have been a second door or a panel. I smelled iron and old rain, and under that, faint, the smell of the keys in my bowl. I said hello again into the space and did not expect an answer. I visualized pushing the door back, tapping the plaster back in place, painting over, forgetting. I also saw my hand reaching out to touch the first stair. Both pictures lived together, and I could not get one to die. It is easy to say I did the smart thing. It is easy to say I did the dumb thing. I did both in pieces. I put my hand down on the first stair and felt the wood accept my weight. I set my foot and the stair said yes. I stepped down until I could see that the panel at the bottom was a door. It had a plate. It had a lock. It had no knob in a way that said, "This is a door that is opened from somewhere else." I held the back door key up to the lock. The lock was older than the key, but they liked each other right away. The key went in like a sigh. I did not turn it. I stood there with it in my hand and in the door until my legs shook from holding a crouch. My body told me, decide or fall. I pulled the key back out and shoved the door above me closed with my shoulder. I kept my hand on the key a long time, and then I climbed back up and put the little door in the wall back and slid the piece of plaster I had broken back into place to make a patch. It did not look good. It looked like a bandage a child would be proud of. When I stood up, the apartment felt full in a way that was not crowded and not empty. The keys in the bowl did not move. The printer did not hum. The fridge did not cough. The silence had changed a little. It was not the first silence. I felt a small part of me relax like a muscle that was sore and finally got to lie down. I wore the back door key around my neck again that night. I slept on and off and woke each time in the same position, like maybe I had not moved at all. Around 3, the buzzer brushed a single breath again. The printer fed a sheet without drawing on it. The blank came out warm and waited for me to assign meaning. I didn't. I put it face down. In the morning, there was a new label in the output tray. It had my address and my name and the other name, and it also had a line in the gift message. Thank you. Under it, very faint. Close it when you go. I started to pack then. It was too much. I can live with a lot. I can live with street noise and a radiator with opinions and the smell of old paint. I could not live with a door I had to decide to open or not every night of my life. I called my sister. She didn't say I told you. She said, come now. I put clothes in bags. I taped 3 boxes. I took the bowl of keys down and poured them back into the shipping box, because the game is sometimes you return things you don't understand to the place that insists they belong to you. I put the back door key on the top and then took it back out and held it and then put it in my pocket. I told myself I would leave it on the super's desk. That was another lie I let myself tell so I could walk. Before I closed my apartment door for what I hoped would be the last time for a while, I opened the closet and put my hand on the plaster bandage. It felt like a closed eye. I knocked twice, soft the way I had before. From behind, after a long, polite pause, came 2 soft knocks back. Not loud, not a threat. The kind of knock that says, yes, we heard you. We are still here. I closed the door. I did not look up at the ceiling. I took the stairs down. I dropped the box with the keys in the office and did not ring the bell. I left the back door key on top of the box. It looked wrong to leave it. It looked wrong to take it. I walked away with my hands empty. In the street, the air felt like it had always felt on that block. Bus exhaust and the deli slice of onion. A cold sun. I turned the corner. My phone buzzed. It was a motion alert I had forgotten to turn off. Living room. I didn't open it. I put the phone in my bag. At my sister's. The apartment smelled like her shampoo and the plant by the window. I put my bag down and sat on her couch and felt the way a person feels when a steady train finally stops. That night, I woke at 2:33 to a soft sound near my face. It was the sound of a key grazing fabric. I lifted my hand. The back door key was in my palm. I had left it on the box. It lay there, warm as if it had been in a pocket all day. The tag was gone. I did not wake my sister. I did not say a word out loud, because sometimes sound makes a path. I walked to the kitchen and set the key on the counter. I put a bowl over it, like a game you play with a coin. I went back to the couch and lay down and stared at the dark, like a person who knows what a door is and chooses, for now, not to open it. In the morning, the bowl was where I left it. Under it, the key. The counter had a faint ring of metal dust that traced the bowl's edge like frost. 2 days later, the manager emailed me and said his office had found a package addressed to my unit and they would hold it for 1 week. He also sent a note that said the building would be inspecting the basement. He did not say why. He did not say which door. Sometimes, late, I still hear a little clink of metal against wood. It might be in a dream. It might be in the pipes. It might be the sound of a place remembering how to breathe through the door it was given. When it happens, I lie still and let it pass through the room. It goes in a straight line. It doesn't call my name. It doesn't need to. If I go back for the rest of my things, I will take someone with me, and I will keep my hands in my pockets. I will not wear keys around my neck. I will close the little door if it is open, and I will not count the steps it takes to reach it. On my desk at my sister's place, the printer sometimes wakes at odd hours with a small whir and then settles. It has not printed anything yet. On the top sheet of paper, where you might write a list, I finally wrote one sentence in pencil, in my own hand, with no burrs. If you open the back door, close it. Then I put the paper in the drawer and shut it. Every now and then, the flat of a key has a life. It learns a palm. It wants to rest where it rested before. I feel the ghost of the back door key in my hand sometimes when my fingers are empty. I shake it off like water. It comes back some nights, and then it goes. The door it belongs to is not mine. I don't know the name on the label. I never met the person. Maybe they waited in that back stair. Maybe they lived there, in a way. Maybe they wanted help. Maybe they wanted company. Maybe they wanted a door closed. I can do that last one. The last time I looked at the box in the manager's office, through the glass, I saw it had a new label. It looked like my printer's grey. The gift message line was blank. The tracking page on my phone spun and would not show me where it was. I put the phone away. There is a thing that lives past tracking and past labels and past the way a printer logs jobs. It is the quiet that stays when you make one choice instead of another. At night now, when I hear a small sound that could be a key, I say thanks in my head, and then I think of the little door and the way it opened the wrong way and the way the air touched my face like a hello, and I let the quiet fill the room I am in, and I do not get up. I breathe. I wait. It passes. The door stays where it is. The key is under a bowl. The bowl sits still. The dark is only dark. And the next morning, the light comes in, and it looks like light. The counter is just a counter. The printer is just a machine. The past is the past, and my hands are my own. The tunnel has two mouths. One faces the river and spits cool air. The other faces the low hills and breathes dust. Between them is a long brick throat that used to carry trains and now carries only echoes and water drips. We got the job because the city wants to run a new line through the old right-of-way cables and pipe, not people. Before they send crews with machines, they want a clean map. Where are the alcoves? Where are the bad bricks? How long, truly, is the space between the east portal and the west? I like this kind of work. It is quiet. Give me a light, a notebook, a chalk stick, and a laser. I can be busy all day with marks and numbers. Things make sense when the line on the paper matches the line under your boots. We met at the east mouth. The old rail bed dives into the hill like a thought you're not sure you want to finish. The bricks at the edge are black from smoke that stopped a century ago. Moss finds the mortar where the shade stays. I checked my helmet lamp and my backup flashlight, the spare batteries, the small radio on my shoulder strap. I clipped the rangefinder to my vest. It's a hand unit, about the size of a paperback book, with a red button and a small screen. Point it at a surface, press, and it gives you a number. We cross-checked with a measuring wheel and chalk marks. The chalk is to keep you honest. Arrows tell you which way is out. Rafi stood in the daylight with a clipboard, hoodie up against the wind. He doesn't like tunnels, but he likes me, and he's good at reading numbers back when I call them. Radio check, I said. He clicked, spoke. Checking, loud and clear. Copy, I said. He pointed to the hills. Rain later, he said. It wasn't a threat. It was a fact. I stepped in. The tunnel swallowed the day in 10 steps. Helmets always feel too tight in the first minute. And then, like part of your skull, my beam lit up brick, damp and rough. The floor had no rails anymore. Just ballast and old ties left like bones. Someone had laid planks over the worst places. In the dark, the space seems to bend to your light. It is straight. It only feels like it changes shape. The first alcove sits 15 meters in. It's a shallow niche where a worker could stand while a train passed. The old enamel sign with a number is still there, chipped and clean in one white corner where a hand liked to touch. I chalked an arrow on the brick at waist height, pointing back today. White lines on red clay color. Arrows look silly when you feel strong. They make sense later. I walked and counted ties and tens. The air smelled like wet stone and cold iron. Drips found my collar. Bats sometimes live here in summer. Today, there was only the sound of my feet, the small hiss of the radio, the thin whistle from the far mouth that gets into places and makes a tune out of nothing. Every 50 meters I stopped and called it. 50, I said. Good. 100, I said later. Good. I ran the rangefinder. I held it at my eye like a camera and aimed at the dark end. The beam disappears to me, but the unit knows. It hates fog and loves flat. The screen showed a simple number in meters. I wrote it on the damp card in my pocket. It matched the old plan within a meter. It felt good when the old and new shook hands. 200. Good. 300. My voice bounced back at me soft, the way it would anywhere you call numbers into a tube. At 320, a trickle of water cut across the floor, orange and clear at the same time. Iron, probably. I stepped over. The reflection made the light look like a second lamp, moving in a river. At 400, the rangefinder said something I did not expect. 400, I called. My beam landed on a little black beetle on the tie. He froze. Maybe he thought I was the sun. Raffi read the old map by his clip light. 400 should be. 422 to the bend, he said. You see the bend? I did not. The tunnel here is supposed to be straight for 500. The old plan is not great. It was drawn by a person with wet boots. I trust wet boots. I don't trust the city database. Laser says 1,238 to end, I said. Less than a question, more like a thought aloud. It was just a check, a way to sign my name in air. A small silence. Wind hiss. Paper noise. Old plan says 1,233, he said after a second. We're 5 meters long. That's not bad, I said. Thermal? Instruments? Maybe the old plan rounded. Maybe, he said. He did not sound unhappy. We write what we find. 100 meters later, I marked another arrow at an alcove and took a photo. The chalk line pointed east toward the light. My glove left a faint smear. Brick dust makes you part of the wall if you stand too close. At 600, the rangefinder again. 1243, I said. I stopped myself. I did not like the way the number changed in the wrong place. It should be the same 5 difference. It should hold. We had walked a bit deeper, but not deep enough to gain 2 meters beyond the old plan and then 3 more. I did quick math and reminded myself, I am not a robot. Raffi said, copy. Maybe better shot this time, I said. Different angle. I put it in my notebook in a careful hand. That's the thing about numbers. If you write them neat, your brain calms down. The first hour passed, and the small clock face on my radio said 10 after 10. The rangefinder, when I aimed it again as a habit, reported 1,248. I wrote it. My pen left a small tear in the wet paper. I repaired it with a scrap of tape from my kit. I felt better doing something. Distance to Westmouth is now 1248, I said, feeling silly to say it aloud. Rafi made the sound with his mouth. That means he is thinking of arguments. Huh. I chalked a big arrow at the next alcove. I made the lines thicker. I made the arrow look friendly and certain. I turned to keep moving, and the tail of my lamp caught the chalk. The arrow looked like it winked. I told myself, don't make a friend out of a mark. The tunnel began to curve a little. The old messages on the brick went by. Names, dates, SM 1932. In old paint, a heart that looks like a butt when you turn your head. No smoke. Carved into a brick by a drunk with a nail. In one place, thin chalk lines cross like a net where someone once mapped a leak. The leak is still there. It falls in a slow line, the width of a sewing thread. I put the rangefinder away and rolled the measuring wheel over the ties. The wheel clicks each meter. It is simple. It has no battery and no hunger. At the 1 hour mark, because it felt like a thing to do at a break, I sat in an alcove and drank water. My breath made its own cloud. The brick was cold on my back and tasted like pennies when I licked my lips after rubbing chalk dust off. I gave the laser another test shot, this time out of habit, this time to see if the number calmed down. 1253, I called, before I could stop myself. Come again, Rafi said. It added 5, I said. I checked my watch. It was 11 after 11. Maybe a slow drift, he said. He meant the instrument might creep. He is a good tech. He has a hard time shaping fear into words, unless it is about lightning. He does not like lightning. Maybe, I said. I walked. The tunnel walls were closer, and then farther as it bent. My beam found a white moth that had died on a nail and hung perfect. The feet of my light made circles around the moth and then left it in the dark. At one point, the radio crackled by itself, and I heard my own voice say, "Copy," from ahead. The click, the small breath I take before speaking. Then my word. It was like a recording. I stopped walking because my feet wanted to think. Dead space followed. I pressed my own button. Rafi, you hear that? Hear what? Me, I said. I heard me. He laughed, just a corner. You do that all day. From ahead, I said. I stood very still. My beam made a white coin on the far wall. Dust fell through it. It was pretty and did not help. No other crews in there, he said, after a small pause. Just you. The radio clicked. Then my voice again, maybe, but not saying copy this time. It said, hold on. The way I say it, when I need a second to write clean before someone reads another number. Who is that? I said to the air. Static answered with a little iron taste. My hand felt light. The rangefinder's weight on my vest tugged me back to the job I could name. I took it out and took another shot, because numbers make a kind of flaw. 1258, I said. My mouth had to work to push the words out. My tongue felt too big. The screen was simple. 1258 M.I.S.M. The tunnel could not hear my heart. I put another arrow at a niche and looked at it too long. I took a photo of the arrow because photos catch lies sometimes. The chalk dust fell slowly in the cone of my lamp, making the lines expensive with light. I walked away and checked the photo as I walked, shaking my head at myself for acting like a tourist. The photo showed a neat arrow pointing east. When I looked back in real life, the arrow pointed west. It was not a trick of eyes. The head was fat. The lines were thin where I had first brushed, then thickened. There was my smear under my glove, and the arrow said, "Go deeper." My body did three things at once: step back, go forward, and dump a bucket of coal down my shoulders. I put my hand on the bricks like I was putting my palm on a dog. Slow. Show the back of the hand. Say a soft word. The chalk came off on my glove. The arrow did not move when I touched it. The little crumbs under it on the sleeper came from the head where it pointed now. I could tell myself. I made it wrong first, and then made it right and forgot. I could tell myself, trick light. I chose not to tell myself. Hands. Raffi, I said. He said, eating something. Probably the honey bun he keeps in his hoodie pocket for emergencies that happen at the same time every day. Do me a favor, I said. Call me. I am calling you, he said. No, I said. And then I felt stupid and had to laugh once at myself to make my jaw move. Radio check. From your end. He clicked. Radio check. My radio answered him twice. Once by my ear. Once from somewhere ahead. Faint. The second one had a beat of delay, as if the person ahead listened first, then spoke. Copy, I said, both to Raffi and to the open dark, static like fine sand. A breath I thought was mine, and was not. At noon, by my watch, the rangefinder wrote 1263 on its little window. I wrote it too. The neatness of the digits calmed only the part of me that likes to make columns. Adds 5 every hour, Raffi said finally, because good techs also know when a pattern stops looking like drift. So far, I said. How long's your battery? He asked, which was his way of saying, how long do you want to do this? Plenty, I said. You okay out there? Fine, he said. Rain held off. Sky's weird. That kind of blue where the color feels heavy. He always says things like that, like he is joking. And then we both pretend we don't like poetry. At one alcove, I found a red mark on the wall that I had not put there. It was a simple X with a circle around it. It was old, a survey mark from another job maybe. But the chalk line from my jacket pocket ended up on my hand in a small red smear when I brushed it. That meant fresh. Old chalk does not bleed. I wiped my hand on my pants and made a new white arrow. When I turned to look, the old red mark looked brighter. Sometimes light plays tricks on blood-warm colors. Sometimes it doesn't. I tried to count my steps to keep my mind from making shapes out of sound. The floor had a rhythm of tie-void tie under my boots that you can dance to if you are the kind of person who can dance in the dark. I am not. I am the kind of person who talks to numbers under his breath. At 1:30, the rangefinder said 1268. I didn't call it out. I didn't want to say it aloud, like saying it would let it dig itself deeper into the day. The radio clicked. Hold on, my voice said from ahead. It sounded tired in the way I sound after I carry a tripod too far in heat. It also had a wetness on the last syllable, like it had picked up the tunnel in its mouth. I swallowed. Who is this? I asked. I did not say my name. Names make doors. The tunnel has enough. Radio check, the voice said from ahead, the way Rafi had said it to me at the mouth. Copy, I answered, to see if I could trap it in a pattern. Ahead, my voice said, copy. A half second later, say something I don't say, I said. Dumb. But what else do you say to yourself? Silence. Then the low hiss of air moving in a straight place. Bats, maybe, I told myself. Rock, maybe. Wires under paint, maybe. The tunnel has old telephone wire in porcelain cups along one side. Some loops hang like vines. Maybe they took a shape my brain wanted. A brain under a hill will want shapes more than a brain under sun. I kept walking. The need to reach something is strong even if you don't know what the something is. The old plan said there was a ventilation shaft around 700. The square cut to daylight with iron bars to keep kids from trying stunts. I wanted that bar of light like a drink. At 750 by my wheel, there was no shaft. Only brick and the old soot that never leaves a place it loves. I looked up anyway. The spider with a body like a peppercorn had made a whole sky there. Water sighed somewhere. The smell changed. Small as iron, more old wood. I found a door then, in the wall, where the plan said there should be a maintenance niche. It was low and metal and had no handle, only a plate. I put my ear to it. Nothing. I put my hand flat on it. Cold. In the dust at the base, someone had drawn a little arrow a long time ago. It pointed in. I drew one next to it, pointing out. When I walked 10 steps and looked back, both arrows pointed in. The part of me that does matter said, we are tired. The part that is 5 years old said, no. I put a chalk arrow on the floor this time, where my boots made scuffs that could not be erased by phantom hands. The point aimed toward the east portal. When I looked back, my boot scuffs were still there, the chalk still fresh, the arrow sure. Something small in my chest unclenched. Then the radio clicked, and I heard my own voice from ahead say, low and friendly, don't go that way. It sounded like the way I say it to Rafi when he tries to take a shortcut across a ditch. I did not answer. The tunnel answered for me with a drip that hit a metal cap on a bolt and made a bell. At 2 o'clock, the laser said 1273. I pressed the red button 3 times fast and got the same. I pressed it against the wall close, got 0.8 M. The unit worked fine. It was the world that changed. I stood, one hand braced against brick, and I let myself be a person in a place and not a job for the space of 3 breaths. I listened. All tunnels have a tone, some sing, some hum, some just sit and let you do the noise. This one had picked up a low note. like when someone hums against your rib cage. I spoke into the radio without pressing the button because I wanted to hear my voice clean and not through wire. If you're me, I said, what's in my back pocket? There was a pause, faint. Then from ahead, the voice said, the little tape. That was true. I always keep a short roll of tape in my back pocket to mark a tear in a map in a pinch. It leaves a round outline print on the pocket that my sister calls my dumb ring. Lucky guess, I said, but my mouth was dry. From ahead, lucky guess, in my shape. I turned my lamp right and left, like light would put heat back in my fingers. The beam found the old number plate for an alcove, the enamel bright in the dirt like a baby tooth. It said 23. I had passed 23 earlier, I thought. I had taken a photo of it. I looked in my log, 23 with a photo at time 10:32. Now my small watch said 2:17. Another 23 could exist on the other side of the tunnel. This one had a scratch in the enamel, like a crescent. My photo showed the same crescent. I put my hand out to steady myself. The wall felt like a friend who had just decided to not talk anymore. Come out, Rafi said in my ear, very plain. Please, I want the shaft, I said, to have a normal job reason. It should be up here. Old plans can be wrong, he said, and his paper made a tired sound. The radio clicked. Left, my voice from ahead said, like a quick suggestion. Left where? I asked no one. Hold on, my voice said, fading from far now. I put an arrow on the wall with chalk, and I pressed my glove to it until half the head smeared. When I turned to walk, I felt the pull of something like I was walking out of a river that had hands. I do not say that kind of sentence. I'm saying it now. The chalk arrow I smeared cleaned itself while I watched. Not like a wave, like a hand with a cloth that knew this work. I took a step back, like I would when a machine starts by itself in a shop. I breathed in once hard through my nose and got the smell of old rain that never falls. At 3 o'clock, the number was 1278. I laughed one small dry sound, because even math can be a horror story when it returns an answer that says the world is more than one number deep. Do you want me to come in? Rafi asked. No, I said, too fast. Then softer. Please stay there. Keep the door open. We have a rule. One in, one at the mouth. If the person in the dark does not come back when they should, the person at the mouth calls the people with sirens. Another rule. Don't make the person at the mouth think they should break both rules at once. He stayed. I marked my time and my place, and I turned around. The chalk arrow on the floor felt like a friend's hand on my sleeve. I stepped 1, 2, 3 ties, and then 10. My beam found my scuffed place. The arrow on the floor still pointed east. I followed. My breath had a whistle I didn't like. I told it to be quiet, and it mostly listened. My radio hissed, and then came to life. Where are you? Rafi said. Coming back. Are you? He said. It was a bad habit he has, to make everything a joke when he is scared. I'm at the door, I said. The little door in the wall with no handle where the red mark had bled. It was shut now. I did not remember touching it. From ahead, my voice said, "Almost there," in my tone when I call out to a partner on a long carry. It made me suddenly sad in a way I could not place, like hearing a recording of yourself when you had a different laugh. I walked. The tunnel felt like it lengthened when I did not look, then shortened when I checked, like a mean game. But the floor arrow after floor arrow showed me my own hand. I had left myself a chain to hold. I moved faster than my normal speed, but not so fast my light bounced wild. At one point, breath in the dark, hard enough to fog my beam. The radio said, not in my voice, not in Rafi's, in a third tone I did not like. "Stop." "No," I said, to the breath and the radio, and the part of me that thought stopping would be like kneeling. Footsteps sounded ahead of me, almost light enough to be a rat and almost heavy enough to be a person. They matched my stride. When I slowed, they slowed a heartbeat later. The echo in a place like this can do that, and it can do other things when it is not an echo. I passed 23 again. The enamel had its crescent. I didn't look directly. I kept my light low, partly to save battery, partly because seeing too much is not always smart. The air got colder on the skin under my chin. That told me I was near the mouth. Also, the hum in the tunnel changed note by a hair, up one small rung on a ladder. My shoulders let go of something they held. Then the first little flick of day came around a bend and hit the water and made a blade, and the blade cut the tunnel open, and I could breathe right. Rafi stood in the mouth with both hands in his pockets. He tried to look normal and failed. His face had the look a person gets when they had been thinking hard and not wanting to tell you what about. "Hey," he said. "Hey," I said. I did not realize how much my own voice had been someone else's until I heard it in air. "Don't take this the wrong way," he said, "but you look like you've been camped for a week." "Time," I said. I looked at my watch. 3:42. He held his clipboard up and showed me his page. He had written the laser numbers as I called them. He had added little notes with times. He had also written in a corner, in his small, neat print, Prov 5 MR Char. "Did you go far?" he asked. "Far enough," I said. He took a breath, then another. "This is going to sound dumb," he said. "Say it," I said. "I heard you the whole time," he said. "I heard you asking for numbers I didn't have yet. I kept answering, and then you would call the same number from deeper, and we would write it, and it would be right. Then, around 2, I heard you from the mouth. What did I say?" "You said, 'Don't go in,'" he said, eyes on his paper as if the ink made him safe. "But your radio said you were still inside." The wind from the river came up the cut and touched the hair at the back of my neck like a wet finger in the dust near the threshold, where worker boots have rubbed a soft groove in the brick for 100 years. There was a chalk arrow. It wasn't mine. It was old. It pointed in. I stepped over it because stepping on it felt like stepping on someone's name. We sat on the low wall and ate what we had. He had his honey bun. I had the sort of sandwich that is only food because bread exists. The river made a sound like sheets. The sky over the hills was the heavy blue he had named. We have to go back, I said, without meaning to say it. Do we? He asked. There's a shaft that doesn't exist, I said. There's a door with no handle. There are numbers that aren't numbers anymore. Yes, we do. He rubbed the heel of his hand into his eye. Tomorrow, he said finally, with batteries full and more chalk. I nodded because my mouth could not find the shape for no. We packed the simple way, by habit. We carry in, we carry out. I looked once into the mouth again before we left. The tunnel held its same rectangle of dark. A small gust came from inside and moved a paper on Rafi's clipboard. It may have been a pressure change from the weather. It may have been breath. I am allowed to say both. That night, my radio clicked on my kitchen counter with its tiny green light. I had not set it there, and I had not turned the volume thumb. The small speaker carried a hiss like rain far away, then a single word, me, from ahead, middle distance, speaking in a voice that had walked too long underground. Hold. It didn't sound like an order. It sounded like a person asking someone to wait by a door. I turned the volume down until the light was the only thing speaking. Then I turned that off too. Before sleep took me, I saw in my mind the chalk arrows I had drawn, in a line like fish spines pointing out. In my mind, they turned one by one like the hands of a clock. They aimed at me, then away, then at me again. It was like watching a wave move through a field of grass. We went back the next day. The sky had the normal blue you can expect from a clean morning. The mouth smelled only like damp and the first green in moss. The tunnel had not changed its bricks overnight. That's what it wanted me to think. We checked the laser on solid targets outside the tunnel. Fence post, cliff face, old stone. It sang the right numbers back to us. Inside, at 10, it sang 1238. At 11, 12:43. At noon, 12:48. The chalk arrows I left on the floor yesterday were faint, as if someone had tried to clean them. The arrow at the strange low door had moved again without anyone moving it. My radio heard my voice from ahead ask for numbers I had not yet measured. We didn't find the shaft. We didn't find a good end in the west. We didn't find another crew. We found our own scuffs on ties and our marks on brick, and the way a place can ask you to keep it company without saying it in any language you are used to. If you ask me what is in the old rail tunnel, I can tell you measures, arcs, alcove counts, places where the mortar has failed, places where the water finds the easiest line, and I can tell you that after 1 hour, the end was 5 meters farther than before, and after another hour, 5 meters farther again. A person with money will want to know why, and a person with a badge will want to know if it is safe, and a person with a heart will want to know if going in makes something happen, or if things happen, because we went in. One more thing. On the second day, near the middle where it bends, I found chalk on the wall at my shoulder height, where I could spot it, even if my light had died. It was my writing. It said simply, "Don't follow." The arrow under it pointed back to day. I don't remember writing it. Rafi saw it too. He didn't say a thing. He pulled out his own stick and wrote under mine in his small, neat hand. Okay, we did not go farther that day. We came back to the river mouth and stood in sun and pretended to argue about lunch. My radio, still on my shoulder, gave my voice back at me from a long way in, saying, "Almost there," in a tone that sounded like hope and like a warning at the same time. Every hour I am not in that tunnel, the end of that tunnel is 5 meters farther away. If you stand at the east mouth at noon and shine a strong lamp, the beam comes back with a live fog. If you put your ear to the brick at the first alcove and nod, you may hear knuckles answer at a distance you cannot measure, like a friend on a phone in bad weather. I still carry chalk in my pocket when I sleep. It is a stupid habit. I have woken with dust on my palm and no arrow on the wall. My radio lives in a drawer and sometimes clicks when it is alone. On the worst nights, my own voice says, from a place with no air, "Hold on." And I lie still and look at the dark and tell the part of me that wants to go in that the kindest thing I can do for us, for me ahead and me behind, is to sit at the mouth with the door open and the light on and not move. When I close my eyes, I see white arrows on red brick. Some point out, some point in. All of them mean in their own thin way. There is a path. The trouble is choosing the direction knowing that either way, the distance is changing, and knowing when a voice you trust replies from the next bend that it is asking you to hurry up, when maybe the safest thing is to wait. Red came first, then the silence. The lights in my apartment blinked. The fridge stopped its hum. The fan wound down. Somewhere down the hall, someone said, "Hey," like a joke that didn't land. And then the whole building went quiet. All of it, except the hallway outside my door. That strip of space glowed red like a low fire behind a curtain. I stood by the peephole and looked out. The carpet was grey in daytime, bleached in patches from years of feet. Now it looked almost black. The walls looked darker too. The light above my door was not the normal soft white. It had a red lens inside, or it had decided to become one. It filled the hall with a slow-looking color, as if the air itself had been dyed. The exit sign farther down glowed the same red, steady, no blink, no alarm sound. Just that deep, steady light. I turned my own living room switch on and off twice out of habit. Nothing. I tried the kitchen. Nothing. I picked up my phone. The battery was at 60. The little bar of comfort I did not want to admit meant anything. I checked the window. Lights were out in the building across too. The street still had traffic signals. A bus rolled past with half its windows black. The sky was pale and not interested. I opened the door and kept my foot inside. The red light hit the skin on my hand like warmth. But when I held my hand there longer, I wasn't sure if it was heat all my brain telling me color should be heat. The air smelled like hot plastic and old dust. The smell was faint, the way a thought is faint when it is about to become a memory and then doesn't. Across from me, Mrs. Hand's door opened in a slow inch. Her face peered, then withdrew. She is a straight-backed woman with the eyes of a person who counts in her head. Power out, she asked. Except this, I said, and nodded to the red. She looked at the light and then at me, as if I might be doing it on purpose. It's late for tests, she said. She closed her door. I heard 3 locks, how she does them, top to bottom. I left my door cracked and leaned a chair under the knob, because I am the kind of person who does things like that when my sense of the world moves 2 inches to the left. I set my phone flashlight on low and walked around the apartment talking to myself out loud, like you talk to a cat. I told the fridge it would be fine. I told the stove it was fine. I told my plants this was a test and they would pass it. I put a glass of water on the table and stared at the level. It was flat. It told me nothing. I texted the manager. Power out. Hallway light red. Is this a drill? He replied 5 minutes later. We lost the main. Waiting on city. Emergency lights should be white. The red is probably old film in the lens. Don't worry, old film. That seemed like a neat answer. I liked neat answers. I told myself the red was old film that had waited years to make a show. Fine. At 10, I brushed my teeth by phone light. At 11, the building was a big body holding its breath. The red edge under my door made my living room look like evening when it wasn't. I lay in bed and watched the ceiling turn from grey to lighter grey, and I thought, colour is just colour. And then I fell asleep and dreamed of swimming in a pool filled with cranberry juice. No one else was there. There was an exit sign glowing under the surface. In the morning, the power was still out. The red light in the hallway was still on. My phone alarm had done its job and then died. I made coffee on the little gas burner I keep for camping, because I am a person who believes in little gas burners. I left the door open while the kettle heated to see if daylight would make the red feel less strange. It didn't. The color was not bright. It was steady and deep and strange only because it lasted in a place where nothing else lasted that long. I watched a man from down the hall walk carefully past my door to the stairwell. He held his hands in front of him like he was checking for invisible strings. He nodded at me like we were on the same ship, and it was his turn on watch. Mrs. Han slid a note under my door around noon. It said, "I have candles if you want." Her handwriting was neat and slow. The letters lined up like they had done a little training. I opened my door to thank her and found the candle already on my mat. It was one of those religious ones with a saint I did not know. The picture long rubbed by hands. The wax was red. When I lit it, it burned clear. By afternoon, the manager knocked once and opened a crack without waiting. He had a clipboard he did not look at and a flashlight the size of his forearm. "They're working on the main," he said. He peered up at the light above my door. "This one is on a different circuit." "Only this one?" I asked. He squinted down the hall. The exit sign was glowing red like a polite thread. Looks like it, he said. He reached up with his flashlight and tapped the plastic lens of the hallway light. It made a dull sound. He tapped again. The red did not flicker. He sniffed the air. Smells a little cooked, he said. He smiled the way people smile when they want to show you their teeth, so you will stop looking at their eyes. It's probably fine. Probably, I said. He tapped the lens one more time and winced, like he had heard something he didn't expect. He lowered the flashlight. Don't stand out here long, he said. We keep doors closed in an outage. He said it like a rule he had always liked because it makes the building simple. That night the red light deepened. Maybe it was because night makes colors heavier. Maybe the bulb had warmed and settled into itself. The glow slid under my door more than before. The crack of light along the bottom thickened. It drew a red line across my rug, like a mouth that had made a decision. At 2 a.m, I woke up because I had the feeling of being looked at. It is a stupid feeling. It is a real feeling. I lay there and kept my eyes on the ceiling and tried not to move. The red under the door felt brighter with my eyes shut. I heard a sound like someone touching the wall with flat fingers. Not a knock, a soft press, then a slide, then another soft press lower down. I counted slow. The sound moved from the exit sign end toward my door, from niche to niche, like a patient person checking everything. I got up and put my ear to the door. The wood was cool. The sound of fingers stopped. The red line at the bottom breathed once. Then the building breathed once. The red line held. In the morning, the power was still out. This was day 2. My food was not bad yet. I opened the fridge and closed it fast and told the air in there to be brave. I put on shoes and opened my door to step into the hall. The red light made the air look like it had thickness. I stood under it. My head felt warm in a way that could have been the light, could have been my worry. It changed the way shadows worked. My shadow dropped black at my feet and then faded into a darker shade of red. The numbers on my door looked different. The 2 had a little tail I never saw before. The E looked like a 3. My mind had to do a small jump and land again to make sense of it. I didn't like that jump. I held my phone up to take a picture. The photo came out wrong. In the picture, the light was white. The hall looked normal. The kind of normal where you can smell old carpet and mail that fell and didn't get picked up. The exit sign was red in the photo, but the light above my door was white and bright. I took a second picture. White again. I looked with my eyes. Red. I looked through the phone. White. I laughed once, out loud, in a way that made my mouth feel cold after. I sent the photo to my sister. She wrote back. Looks fine. I wrote. It isn't. She wrote. Come stay here then. I didn't answer right away. I took a sheet of paper and tore it in half and taped it to the wall under the light to see if it would look different in the red. The paper looked pink to my eyes. In the photo, it looked white. I stood there and felt foolish and angry at the same time. The hallway smelled like a penny. The smell was stronger now, the way metal smells after you rub it many times. A man from 2C walked past holding his shoes. He blinked at me like I was someone standing too close to a painting at a museum. "You should shut your door," he said without stopping. "I know," I said. I didn't shut it. I watched the red breath under it for a slow count to 10, and then I shut it because my chest felt tight. The manager sent a building-wide email on his phone later. "Power restoration estimated tomorrow," the subject line said. "Emergency lights functioning normally." The words "functioning normally" made me want to throw my phone at the red light outside and see if it would crack. I didn't. I put the phone on the table and watched the lock screen light up with my face and then go black. I set a small camera on the floor with the lens a little under the door. I turned it on to watch the red like a person watches a campfire. I don't know what I thought I would see. Maybe I wanted to catch the sound. Maybe I wanted proof that the line of light was breathing. The camera recorded 8 hours of a silent red bar, like a pulse that never rose. At 2:17 a.m., the red bar pulsed brighter by a shade and then went back to steady. At 2:19, there was a small darker curve moving past. Like something stood between the light and the floor for a second and then moved on. I re-watched that part 8 times. Then I shut the camera off and lay face down on the bed with my hands under the pillow like a child. On the 3rd day, the refrigerator hummed again. The overhead lights clicked on like a chorus taught to sing the same note at once. I let out breath I didn't know I had been holding. I stood in my kitchen and turned the tap on, and watched water run like a proof of something. The TV came on to tell me the news was the news. My phone buzzed with a storm of old messages waking up. I opened my door to see if the hallway had changed. It was still red. The building had lit like a Christmas tree inside the apartments, and the hall outside my door had not cared. The red glowed with the same deep, steady color. The exit sign burned its heart out. The door to the stairwell was closed, but the push bar shone almost black under the red. The rest of the hall, off to the right past the bend, was normal white in a clean line, like someone had cut the world in two with a blade and held the halves together with nothing but tension. The manager came again, gum in his mouth, hair damp like he had showered for an argument. He looked up at the light and then at his phone, like the two should have a talk. He stood under the fixture and reached up. "It's hot," he said, and dropped his hand fast. He got a little stool from the closet in the stairwell and climbed and tried to twist the cover. It wouldn't turn. He tried again with a rag. It stayed. He leaned down and wiped his hand on his pants and looked at the end of the hall where white light began. He looked at my door. He looked at me. "Emergency circuit stuck," he said. "It happens." "Has it happened before?" I asked. He chewed the gum once and then said, "Not here." He climbed down. He picked up the stool. He set it back in the closet. "We'll get a guy," he said. "No one stands out here after 10, he added, like he was making a new rule because he needed to be able to make one. I nodded like I understood something I did not. At night, my lights were on. The TV worked. The fridge hummed steady and smug. The red outside was there like a low, serious song. The line under my door was brighter now, or my eyes had got better at seeing it. I taped a towel along the bottom, the way people do for drafts. The red soaked through the fibers and painted them dull. It did not stop. I folded the towel and pushed harder. It helped for a while, and then a soft glow came through again. The towel smelled faintly like hot dust. That was the night the elevator made a sound, like a person sighing. It is an old elevator. It does that. I put my hand on the wall, flat, to feel steady. The wall felt warm in the place where the red was strongest. I took my hand away. I put it back. The warmth was not my hand's heat. It lived there. I looked through the peephole. The red made the fish eye world look like a planet at sunset. The exit sign was a long smear. The numbers on Mrs. Hand's door were black chips. A shape moved at the far end near the fire hose cabinet. It did not look like a person at first. It looked like a shadow missing its person. Then the shadow moved, as if it had light behind it, and in moving, showed me a thin shoulder and a head. The person stood and did nothing. The person's head was bowed, like someone reading a note you had slid under a door. I held my breath. The person didn't lift a hand, didn't knock. The red light made the space look thick and slow. I blinked, and they were gone. I watched the empty for so long my eyes watered. I told myself about neighbors. People stand in halls. They go to smoke. They read their phones. They think about calls they don't want to make. The red made it look other. That's all. I had work the next morning, and my boss did not know about the red. He did not care about the red. He wanted a report. I wrote a report at 3 in the morning because I could not sleep, and my hands wanted to be on a keyboard telling me that letters are still letters. I drank coffee in the dark and watched the towel at my door hold, and then fail, and then hold again. I think I decided to leave on the afternoon of the third day. Not forever, just to sleep at my sister's for one night and be in air that had no red in it. I put some clothes in a bag and my toothbrush on top. I went to the door and lifted the towel and unlocked the chain and the deadbolt and the top lock and the lock in the knob. The locks clicked with the small pleasure of doing their jobs. The red line on the floor brightened at the edges like it was glad to see the crack. It sounds foolish to write it that way. It is how it felt. I opened the door 6 inches. The red lay in a strip against the threshold like a rug. The air outside was not colder. It felt thicker, the way rooms in museums feel even when they are empty. I stepped 1 foot out. I stood in it. My shoe looked almost black in the red. The skin on my ankle prickled. I stepped the other foot into the hall. I had the sense you get in deep water when you can't see the bottom. The building was quiet. The red made it more quiet. I pulled the door gently until it clicked behind me so it would not swing and make me jump. I took 2 steps to the exit sign and stopped. The red was steady. The red hummed in a way that might have been my blood. I held my phone up with the camera on and looked at the hall through the screen. White. In the little world of the phone, the hall was white. The numbers on the doors looked normal. The exit sign was normal red. The light above my door was a regular white circle. I lowered the phone. Red. I lifted it. White. I put the phone away because this back and forth made my stomach feel wrong. I walked toward the bend where the red ended and the hall became white. At the line where the colors changed, the carpet did a small trick. It looked like one step would get me out, and it took 3. The line stayed ahead of me by 2 steps. I stopped. The red hummed one steady note, not loud, the way a refrigerator hums in the night. I turned and looked back at my door. It looked far. The numbers looked like not my numbers. The peephole was a dark circle with a tiny glint. I moved back toward my door slow. The red stayed around me the way a smell stays on a shirt. When I reached my mat and put my hand on the knob, it felt like it had a pulse. I didn't want to write that down because it looks like a trick sentence. It is true. It pulsed under my hand, like when you press your wrist to your neck and feel the small push of your life. I opened the door and stepped inside. I shut it and locked it and spread the towel, and then sat on the floor with my back to the door and let the room slowly return to itself around me. The manager's guy came in the evening. He had a toolbox and a shirt with his name stitched on it. Len. He stood in the red and squinted up through it. Huh, he said, like a person tasting something he can't place. He brought out a stepladder and leaned it and climbed and tried the cover. It didn't budge. He got a screwdriver and pried at the edge. The screwdriver tip skittered. He asked the manager if there was a breaker for this light. The manager said no. He said, emergency circuit. He said zone a few times. Len wiped his face with the back of his wrist and looked at the exit sign, and then at the door to the electrical closet at the end of the hall. Key? He asked. The manager said something about a lock that needed a special tool. Len shrugged and packed his screwdriver. I'll be back, he said, and he was the kind of person who would be. He did not come back that night. I put my ear to the door again around midnight. The sound in the hall had turned from hum to something like a very high, very gentle ringing, like glass far away. It was almost nothing. It was there. I sat with my back to the door and matched my breath to no rhythm, on purpose, because one time I had matched my breath to something I should not have matched it to, and I didn't forget that lesson. At 3:03 a.m., something changed. The red under the door got brighter by a shade. Then it went back to steady. The air felt like a room where someone opens the window 2 inches and closes it again. My phone, which was face down on the table, lit up with no message. The lock screen showed the time and nothing else. For a second, there was a reflection on it that looked like the numbers on my door, red and wrong. Then it went black. The next afternoon, the manager sent another message. Please do not congregate in the halls, it said. We are aware of the lighting issue. He added a line about safety and insurance. He added, thank you for your cooperation, which is what you write when you know people are not cooperating. I thought about leaving again. I made it to the door. I unhooked the chain. I put my hand on the knob. I listened. I did not hear a person. I did not hear voices. The red hummed its low, steady note. I opened the door anyway and stepped out. I went to the electrical closet down the far end. because it is the place in the building that always looks like it knows a secret. The door is metal with a little grill in it and a lock shaped like it belongs to 1950. The red light made the grill look like a mouth. I pressed my ear to it. Inside, something hummed in a different tone than the hallway. A higher note sat on top of a lower. I could feel the buzz on the metal through my cheek. I slid my fingers under the edge of the door and lifted a little. It moved in its frame, metal scratching metal. There was nothing to be done without a key. I let it go. The metal shivered once like a heartbeat, and then went still. On the way back to my door, I felt watched. Not from a peephole, not from a person, from the red itself. It felt like being followed by the color. I took a quick step and then made myself slow down because I did not want to look like something was chasing me when nothing was. I reached my mat. I lifted the towel. I went inside. I closed the door. I stood in my kitchen and looked at the little red candle Mrs. Hahn gave me. It was half gone. Wax had run down the side in neat folds. I blew it out and watched the thin line of smoke try to draw a shape in the air. Night 4 came. On the 4th night, the hallway was still red. I say 3 nights, because counting is how I made it make sense. It was 4. It was 5. If I write 3, maybe my head will think it was not more. On night 4, someone knocked. Not a loud knock. 3 soft touches at the level of my waist. I went to the door and put my palm flat on the wood and felt nothing. I put my eye to the peephole and saw red and the exit sign and the carpet and nothing else. I said, "Yes?" I said, "Who?" I kept my voice calm in a way I would be proud of in a video. And in real life, it sounded like a person holding a glass of water to keep their hands from shaking. No one answered. 3 soft touches came again. They were lower now, at the level of a knee. I opened my mouth to say my neighbor's name and then didn't. I rested my forehead on the door and felt the cool and the warm and the quiet split itself into 2 parts. I stayed there until my neck hurt. Morning. Work. Words on screens. People smiling with only their mouths, because that is a skill we all share. I didn't say red light. I said power out, because that is a thing you can say at work, and people will nod. I went home and the hallway was there, like a story that won't end because someone keeps reading it out loud at the wrong pace. I told my sister, "Come stay," she said again. "I might," I said. "Do it now," she said. "You sound like you're trying to be brave. That means you need to leave." She knows me. I packed. I took 2 bags and the plants I could carry and the little box of things I don't like to leave behind. I put my hand on the door and said the word "okay" to the wood, like a person says okay to a child who refuses to put on shoes and decides to go barefoot because the sidewalk is not yet hot. I opened the door and the hallway was red. It had waited. It was not brighter. It was not less. I stepped out. I pulled the door closed. I locked it. 1, 2, 3, 4. The word quiet is not the right word for the sound. The sound was like a hold you feel on a plane right before the wheels leave the ground. It is not a sound. It is a pressure. The pressure was in my ears and my throat. I walked toward the stairwell. The exit sign was red overhead. The little man on the sign walked without moving. I pressed the bar and the stairwell was white inside, thin daylight from a small window making the dust look soft. I went down. My steps sounded normal. The red ended at the stair door, like a cloth cut to fit. In the lobby, people acted like a building is just a building. Packages, a stroller, a smell of bleach. The manager at the desk looked tired in a normal way, and not in a haunted way. I walked past him and wondered which kind of tired I looked like. I stepped outside. The sky did the thing, where it is grey, and then suddenly blue at the top of a building. I breathed, and the air went in easy and out easy, and I cried once, one small sound, because air went in easy and out easy, and that is not a thing worth crying about in normal life. At my sister's, her hallway was boring and smelled like soap. Her light was white. Her exit sign was green. We ate something from a pan and watched a show where people made bad plans, and she laughed and I made the right shapes with my mouth. At 2 a.m, I woke because my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I had forgotten to turn off the camera on my floor. I didn't open it. I held the phone in both hands and then put it face down. I lay awake and felt the sound of my sister's building, the normal old pipe tick, the neighbor's baby, the radiator doing its sailboat song. I slid in and out of sleep and dreamed of a long hall with white light and a patch of red that moved like an animal. It stopped by my door. It put its head down. It stood very still for so long, the dream began to fill with dust. In the morning, I texted the manager. Is it off? He wrote, yes. And then, we fixed it. I wrote, thank you. I didn't ask how. I did not want his words. I wanted the hall to be white. I went back that afternoon. I climbed the stairs because elevators had become a thing I didn't feel like trusting. I opened the stair door, and the hall outside my door was white. It was normal white. The light above my door had a white lens. It looked like it had always had that lens. The exit sign burned its red hard, like red should. A small clean square of warning. Not a whole world. I stood there and waited for my eyes to trick me. They didn't. I put my key in the lock. I opened my door. I stood with my hand on the knob a long moment, because the last time I stood with my hand there, it had a pulse. It was cool now. It was a doorknob. It did not want to be anything else. Inside, my apartment looked like people live in it. A cup on the table, a sock on the chair, a plant that needed water and said so by being dramatic. I watered it and said sorry without meaning to. I sat on the couch and put my hands on my knees and looked at the towel by the door. I picked it up. It was dull pink where it had touched the light. I wanted to scrub the color out. I folded it and put it in the closet behind other towels. The way you put things you don't want to throw away, but can't love in a place you won't have to look at them every day. At night, I left my door open a little, against my own rule, because I wanted to see the white light make a white line. It did. I slept with my hand on the wall near the head of my bed. The way you put your hand on your own chest after a scare. I woke once at 3:03 and waited for the small change. Nothing changed. I listened to the elevator sigh. I listened to the building breathe. I listened to my own name in my head, and it sounded like my voice. The next morning, Len's ladder was still in the closet. Someone would come for it. On the light above my door, a small new screw shone silver. The old screws were dull. The new screw had a straight slot. It was clean. It made the rest look honest. I touched it with a finger. It felt like a coin just out of a pocket. I saw Mrs. Han by the mailboxes. She looked at me like the teacher I never had. Better, she said. Better, I said. She nodded. She held up a candle, white this time. For you, she said. I took it. Thank you, I said, and then added, the red made my head hurt. It came out like a truth you don't think to save. She pursed her lips. Red is for leaving, she said. When you stay for red, you get tired. She put her mail in her bag and walked to the stairs with her small, strong steps. I stood there and thought about signs. Stop, exit, no smoking, no running. I thought of red in other places where it wants to be a warning and not a home. The manager sent a final email that afternoon. Lighting issue resolved. Please report any anomalies to the office. The word anomalies made me smile in a tired way. On my way down later, I stopped by his desk. Yeah, how did you fix it? I asked. He looked at me like I was asking for the combination to a safe. Then he sighed and said, emergency relay stuck on your zone. We reset. It didn't hold. We had to switch a manual override. It was labeled occupied. It wouldn't drop to vacant on its own. He stopped. He tapped his pen twice. He added, too fast. It's fine now. Occupied, I said. The words sat in my mouth like a small stone. He looked at his pen. He said, you're fine, in a way that meant he thought maybe I wasn't. I said, thanks, and went upstairs and put my hand on my door and waited. It felt like wood. Days since then, the hall has stayed white. That should be the end. It is, and it isn't. Sometimes late, a red smear crawls under my door for 1 second and sits there like the light forgot where to go and then remembers. It lasts the time it takes to blink, and then it is gone. Sometimes at 2:17 a.m., my phone screen wakes itself without a message. It shows my face in the black and then goes dark. Sometimes I stand at my peephole and look out, and the hall is white and clean and boring, and I feel my shoulders drop like I have been holding them too high for too long. Sometimes I think I can hear the electrical closet hum. I put my ear to the door, and it sounds like a hive way inside a wall. It is not loud. It is steady. I back away and tell myself it is good to know what powers a place. The towel in the closet stays pink at the edge. I have washed it twice. The color does not leave. I don't decide anything about that. It is a towel. It is pink at the edge. It stays folded behind the other towels, and sometimes I put something else on top of it. Sheets. A blanket, like a small white hill, burying a small pink line. Sometimes at night, when I wake for no reason, I keep my eyes closed and listen for the quiet to change. It doesn't. I'm grateful for the exact same quiet I had the day before. It is like drinking cold water and tasting nothing but the water. It is like hearing your own breath and being happy it is your own. Every so often, someone knocks softly at a low height. 3 touches, like a person thinking of a song. I go to the door. I wait. I don't open it. The touches do not come again. I say hello to the wood. The wood says nothing. I lean my forehead there and let the cool tell me I am awake. And this is the white light outside. And this is my door. And this is my room with the things I own in it. The red lived out there for 3 nights, maybe 4. Maybe it will live there again. If it does, I will put a towel down and call the manager and go to my sister's and sleep with a white line under a door. If it does, I will listen. I will not count my breath to anything but my own count. If someone asks, I will say, the power went out and the hallway outside my door was red. I will say, it smelled like hot plastic. I will say, it hummed. I will say, they fixed it. I will not say that for a while, the red light learned the shape of my door, and my door learned the weight of my hand, and my name in my own head started to sound like a new color. Tonight the hall is white. The exit sign is a small clean red. It is the right size for red to be. I am writing this at my table, and the fridge hums, and the fan makes regular wind, and the floor under my feet is the same floor it was. When I close my eyes, I do not see the red glow. I see only the inside of my eyelids, the plain dark, and I sleep. If I wake at 3:03, I breathe, and nothing changes. The door is a door. The hallway is a hallway. The building is a body that holds its breath and lets it go. It is enough. It is good. It is quiet. If a small pulse comes under the door, if a shadow moves on the other side without a person to throw it, if the red leaks for 1 second and goes, then I will listen, and I will wait, and I will be still, and I will not open the door. Not at night, not until the light is right, not until I can say my name in my own voice and hear only my voice answer. Tuesday mornings mean hot water and quiet. I turn the knob all the way left because the heat helps my shoulder, the one that clicks when I reach too high. Steam fills the small space like a soft cloud, and the world outside the bathroom door becomes something I don't have to think about for 10 minutes. It's the best part of my day most days. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was the pipes. Old building, old sounds. The kind of whine you get when water moves through metal that has seen too many winters. But pipes don't sob. Pipes don't take little hitching breaths, like a child who has cried too long and is trying to stop but can't quite manage it. I turned the water down so I could listen better. The sound was coming from the drain at my feet, not from the pipes in the wall, not from upstairs or next door, from the small dark circle where the water goes when it's done with me. Soft crying, muffled, like someone had put a pillow over their face. It rose and fell with a rhythm I recognized. It was the way my sister cried when we were kids, and she didn't want Mum to hear. It was the way I cried last month when I thought about Dad and how his chair still smells like his aftershave, even though he's been gone 2 years. "Hello," I said to the drain. My voice bounced off the tile and made me feel stupid. Who talks to a drain? Who expects an answer? The crying stopped. I waited. Water dripped from the shower head, one drop at a time, each one making a small clear sound against the tub. I counted 7 drops, and then the voice came back up from the drain, soft and careful. "Hello," it said. My skin went cold, even though the steam was still warm around me. It was my voice, not like mine, not similar. It was my voice, exactly, with the little upturn at the end that I do when I'm not sure of something. It was the way I had said that same word yesterday when I knocked on Mrs. Patterson's door to ask about her package that got delivered to my mailbox by mistake. I stood very still and let the water run down my back. The drain was quiet now, no crying, no words, just the dark circle and the sound of water finding its way down and away. I finished washing fast. I kept my eyes on the drain the whole time, waiting for it to speak again, or cry again, or do something that would make me understand what I had heard. It didn't. It sat there, being a drain, patient and ordinary and wrong. When I got out, I dried off and put on clothes and made coffee and tried to convince myself that buildings make sounds. Old pipes carry voices from other apartments. Water does strange things. Sound travels in ways that don't make sense until you think about them. I drank the coffee and nodded at my own explanations, like they were friends who had come to visit. But that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way my voice had sounded coming up from the drain. It was like hearing a recording of yourself and not recognizing the person speaking, except in reverse. I recognized it completely. I knew every small inflection. I had said that word exactly that way, with exactly that tone, exactly 24 hours before. The next morning, I almost took a shower at the gym. I stood in my bathroom with my hand on the knob and thought about driving the extra 15 minutes and using the crowded stalls that smell like bleach and other people's soap. I told myself that was silly. I turned the water on. The crying started as soon as the water hit the tub. This time it was louder, not loud like a person in the room with you, but loud like someone had turned up the volume just a little. It was the same soft, hitching sound, but I could hear more of it now. The small catch between breaths, the wet sound of tears, the way a person's nose gets stuffy when they've been at it for a while. I got in anyway because avoiding your own shower is the kind of thing that makes you into a person who avoids more and more until you're avoiding everything. I washed my hair and listened to the crying and tried to breathe normal. "Are you okay?" I asked. It seemed like the right thing to say. If someone is crying, you ask if they're okay, even if they're crying in your drain, and they probably aren't okay, and there's nothing you can do to help. The crying stopped. I waited. Water ran over my shoulders and down my arms and made small rivers that disappeared into the dark circle at my feet. "Are you okay?" the drain said back to me. The voice was mine again, but it was the way I had said those words yesterday afternoon when I was on the phone with my sister and she was telling me about her job and how her boss makes her feel small. I had said, "Are you okay?" in that soft way you use when someone you love is hurting and you don't know how to fix it, but you want them to know you're there. My chest felt tight, not like I couldn't breathe, but like something was sitting on my ribs and they wouldn't get up. "Who are you?" I asked. "Nothing." The water dripped. Steam rose. I waited long enough for my fingers to start getting wrinkled. And then I heard it again. "Who are you?" Same voice, same exact tone. But this time I remembered when I had said it. 2 days ago, not yesterday, I was at the grocery store and I bumped into someone I thought I knew from high school. But when they turned around, it was a stranger who looked nothing like the person I was thinking of. I had said, "Who are you?" in that confused, embarrassed way you say things when your brain has played a trick on you. I got out of the shower fast and didn't look back at the drain. I dried off and got dressed and went to work and told myself I would figure this out later when I had time to think about it properly. At lunch, I called my sister. "Do you think sounds can get trapped in pipes?" I asked her. "What kind of sounds?" "Voices, like if someone talked into a drain. Could it get stuck somewhere and play back later?" She laughed the way she laughs when I ask her something that doesn't have a neat answer. "I don't think that's how pipes work," she said. "Are you hearing things?" "Maybe," I said. "All building sounds." "You should call your landlord," she said. "Maybe there's water damage or something. Maybe someone's radio is echoing through the vents." I didn't call the landlord. I knew it wasn't water damage or someone's radio. Water damage doesn't know what you said yesterday. Radios don't cry in exactly the right rhythm. That evening, I sat on my couch and stared at the bathroom door. It was just a door. White paint, brass knob, the kind of door you see in every apartment building. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting behind it. Not something dangerous, something sad. Something that knew my voice better than I knew it myself. I made dinner and ate it in front of the TV and tried to watch a show about people renovating houses. The people on the show were cheerful and had good ideas about paint colors. They talked about problem areas and maximizing space, like those were things that could be solved with the right tools and enough enthusiasm. I envied their problems. Their problems had solutions. Around 10, I brushed my teeth at the kitchen sink because I didn't want to go into the bathroom. I told myself that was temporary, that tomorrow I would be braver or smarter or more practical. I went to bed with the taste of toothpaste that belonged in the wrong place. At 3 in the morning, I woke up because someone was crying, not in the drain, in my apartment. The sound was soft and it was coming from the direction of the bathroom, but it was here in the air with me, not trapped under the floor or in the walls. I sat up and listened, and my heart beat too fast. The crying had a rhythm I was starting to know. Little breaths, soft sounds, the kind of grief that has been going on for a long time and has gotten patient with itself. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighbors. It was just loud enough to find me. I got up and walked to the bathroom door. I pressed my ear against the wood. The sound was clearer here, but it was still soft, still careful, still sad in a way that made my throat hurt. I opened the door. The bathroom was dark and empty. No one on the floor, no one by the tub, no one anywhere. But the crying was coming from the shower drain, louder now that there was no door between us. I could hear it clearly. I could hear the way it caught and started again, the way it tried to stop and couldn't. I turned on the light. The crying didn't stop or change. It kept going like light didn't matter to it. "Hey," I said, very soft. The way you talk to a scared animal or a lost child. The crying stopped. I waited. I counted my own heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Hey," the drain said back. My voice, again. The way I had said it yesterday morning, when I saw the old man from 3B struggling with his groceries, and I wanted to help, but didn't want to make him feel bad about needing help. Gentle, careful, kind in the way that hopes it's doing the right thing. I sat down on the bathroom floor because my legs felt shaky. The tile was cold against my feet. The drain was just a few feet away, a small dark circle that seemed deeper than it should be. "Are you trapped?" I asked. "Nothing for a long time." Then my voice, again soft and worried. "Are you trapped?" That was from 3 days ago. I had said it to my neighbor's cat when I found it on the fire escape, looking confused and meowing at the window. The cat hadn't been trapped, just dramatic. But I had said it in exactly that tone. Worried and wanting to help. I started to understand something I didn't want to understand. The voice wasn't just repeating what I said. It was giving me my own words back, but from yesterday, from the day before, from whenever I had said them. It was like having a conversation with my own past self. Except my past self could only use words I had already used, in exactly the way I had already used them. "How long have you been here?" I asked. I waited. The bathroom was so quiet I could hear the building settling, the small sounds old places make when they think no one is listening. "How long have you been here?" The way I'd said it to my sister on Sunday, when she showed up at my door with red eyes and a suitcase, running away from another fight with her boyfriend, concerned and ready to listen, and not asking for any explanations she didn't want to give. I thought about all the words I had said in this bathroom over the months I'd lived here, singing in the shower, talking to myself while I brushed my teeth, practicing conversations I was too nervous to have, saying things to the mirror I couldn't say to real people. All of those words floating around in the pipes or the walls or the space between things, waiting for someone to collect them and send them back to me. "Can you only use my words?" I asked. Silence. Then, after what felt like a long time, "Can you only use my words?" From last week. I had said it to my nephew when we were playing a game. and he kept repeating everything I said. I had been laughing when I said it, trying to get him to break character and be creative with his mimicking. But hearing it now, in the dark, in my own voice, but not from my own mouth, it didn't sound like a game. It sounded like a real question, a desperate one, like someone who had been given only borrowed words and was trying to ask if that would ever change. I felt something crack open in my chest, not break, but open, like a door I hadn't known was there. "I'm sorry," I said. "That sounds lonely." I waited and waited. No response came. Maybe lonely wasn't a word I had used recently. Maybe the voice could only pull from things I had said in the past few days. And I hadn't said that word where it could hear me. I tried again. "That sounds hard." "Nothing." "That sounds sad." "That sounds sad." From yesterday afternoon when I was on the phone with my friend Karen and she was telling me about her divorce. I had said it exactly that way, with that exact weight, because sometimes the only thing you can do for someone is name what they're feeling and let them know you see it. Tears started running down my face before I realized I was crying. Not the hitching, careful crying from the drain, just quiet tears that came without asking permission. I wiped my face with my sleeve and tried to think of what words I could give the voice, what words I had said recently that might help it say something it needed to say. But I realized I didn't know what it needed. I only knew it was sad and it was stuck, and it could only speak in the language I had already spoken. "Do you want me to stay?" I asked. "Do you want me to stay?" The way I had said it to my dad in the hospital, soft and scared, and hoping he would say yes, even though we both knew the answer. I pulled a towel off the rack and sat on it so the floor wouldn't be so cold. "I'll stay," I said. No response. "I'll wait," I tried. Nothing. "I'm here. I'm here." From yesterday evening when my sister called and couldn't stop crying, and I wanted her to know she wasn't alone even though I was 20 miles away and couldn't fix anything for her. We sat there together, her, me on the bathroom floor, and the voice in the drain. I listened to the crying start again, softer now, like it was tired but couldn't quite stop. I found myself breathing in time with the rhythm of it, not on purpose, just the way you sometimes match your pace to someone walking beside you. After a while, I started talking, not asking questions, just talking. I told the voice about my day, about the coffee I had made that morning that was too weak, about the woman on the bus who was reading a book that made her laugh out loud. I told it about my sister and my job and the plant on my windowsill that I kept forgetting to water, but somehow kept living anyway. I didn't expect responses, and mostly there weren't any. But once, when I said, "I wish I knew how to help you," the drain said back, "I wish I knew how to help you," in the exact tone I had used when talking to my reflection last week after a particularly bad day. And once, when I said, "You don't have to be alone," it repeated the words back to me in the voice I had used to comfort my sister's daughter when she was scared of the dark. I started to understand that maybe the voice wasn't just trapped. Maybe it was trying to give me something back. My own words, but rearranged, reflected back to me so I could hear how they sounded when they were meant for comfort, like holding up a mirror to the kindness I tried to put into the world so I could see it from the other side. The crying gradually got quieter, not stopping, but settling into something that sounded less like desperation and more like the kind of sadness that knows it's being witnessed. I stayed until the sun came up. When morning light started coming through the small bathroom window, the crying faded until I couldn't hear it anymore. The voice didn't say anything else, but the silence felt different. Not empty, just peaceful. I got up and stretched my stiff legs and looked down at the drain. Just a drain, dark and ordinary in the daylight. But I said good morning to it anyway. And then I went to make coffee. That night, I brought a pillow into the bathroom. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I didn't need to sleep on the bathroom floor like I was camping in my own apartment. But when the crying started around 11, I was already there, settled against the wall with a book and a cup of tea. "Good evening," I said to the drain. "Good evening," it replied, in the voice I had used to greet Mrs. Patterson when I returned her misdelivered package. We fell into a routine. During the day, I went to work and ran errands and lived my normal life. I took showers and brushed my teeth and used the bathroom like any regular person. The drain stayed quiet while I was busy, as if it understood that daytime was for practical things. But at night, when the building settled and the world outside got quiet, the crying would start, and I would sit with it. Sometimes I talked. Sometimes I just listened. I learned that certain words would get repeated back to me, and others wouldn't. It seemed to collect the words I said with the most feeling, the ones that mattered most. The casual, everyday words, "Please pass the salt," or "What time is it?" never came back, only the ones that carried weight. I started paying attention to how I spoke during the day, not censoring myself, but becoming more aware of the care I put into certain words, the love I tried to wrap around conversations with people I cared about. It was like discovering that all along, someone had been keeping a record of the kindest things I said. One night, about a week into our routine, something different happened. I was telling the voice about a book I was reading, something light about a woman who inherits a bakery and learns to make bread from scratch. It wasn't an important story, but I was enjoying it, and I wanted to share something pleasant. When I finished talking, the drain was quiet for a long time. Then it said, "Thank you." I sat up straighter. I hadn't said thank you to the drain. I had said it earlier that day to the barista at the coffee shop, and a few times throughout the week to various people, but not in this conversation. "You're welcome," I said, and then I realized I had never said those words recently either. At least, not that I could remember. The drain was quiet again. Then, "You're welcome," but it wasn't in my voice this time. It was similar to my voice, like a cousin or a sister, but it had its own tone, softer maybe, or sadder, or just different. in the way that voices are different when they belong to different people. My heart started beating fast, but not in a scared way, in an excited way, like when you solve a puzzle or figure out something you've been wondering about for a long time. Is that your voice? I asked. Silence. Can you talk now in your own voice? More silence. Then very quietly, in that same soft voice that was like mine but not mine. A little. I started crying then. Not sad tears, but something else. Relief, maybe. Or joy. The kind of tears you get when something beautiful happens that you weren't expecting. What's your name? I asked. A long pause. Then, I don't remember. That's okay, I said. Names aren't everything. Names aren't everything, the drain repeated in my voice, and I realized I had said that to my friend Marcus a few months ago when he was going through his divorce and struggling with taking his wife's name off all their joint accounts. Do you remember anything? I asked. Pieces, the voice said in its own soft tone. Water, being small, someone singing. I thought about that. Are you a person? I think so. I was, maybe, before. Before what? Before the water took me. I felt cold all the way through. The kind of cold that starts in your bones and works its way out. When? A long time ago. Everything is long time ago from here. I sat there and tried to process what that meant. Someone had drowned, maybe, or fallen into water and never come out. And somehow, some part of them had ended up in my drain, in my building, listening to my words and learning to speak again, using my voice as a template. It should have been terrifying. It should have sent me running out of the apartment and into the street, looking for somewhere else to live, somewhere without voices in the drains. But it didn't. Instead, I felt deeply, overwhelmingly sad for this person who had been alone so long they had forgotten their own name. Have you been by yourself all this time? I asked. Yes, until you. Until I what? Until you talked back. I thought about all the people who had probably lived in this apartment before me. All the people who had taken showers and heard crying and maybe convinced themselves it was just the pipes, just old building sounds, just their imagination. All the people who had been too scared or too practical to sit down on the bathroom floor and have a conversation with a drain. I'm glad I talked back, I said. I'm glad I talked back, the voice repeated in my tone, but then added in its own voice, me too. After that night, our conversations got easier. The voice, I started thinking of them as River, though they never chose a name, began using their own words more often. They were simple words at first, basic responses, but they had their own personality. River was gentle and thoughtful and seemed surprised by kindness, as if they had forgotten that people could be kind. They told me more about the time before. Not much, because there wasn't much they remembered clearly. They had been young, they thought. There had been someone who sang lullabies. They had been falling into dark water and being scared, and then nothing for a very long time. Until the crying started. Why were you crying? I asked one night. I was sad, River said in their own voice. I forgot how to be not sad. And now I remember a little. You reminded me. I asked them if they wanted to leave, if there was somewhere else they wanted to go. But River said they didn't know how to go anywhere else. The pipes and the drains were the only way they knew how to exist now. They could move through the building's water system sometimes, but they couldn't go outside. They couldn't go far from the water. Are you stuck? I asked. I don't know. Maybe. But stuck isn't as bad when someone visits. So I kept visiting. I rearranged my life a little to make room for our conversations. I went to bed earlier so I could sit with River for an hour or two before I needed to sleep. I started taking baths instead of showers sometimes, so I could lie in the tub and be closer to the drain while we talked. River learned more words, started putting together longer sentences. They had a curious mind and asked me questions about the world outside, about what rain felt like on skin, about what music sounded like when it wasn't filtered through pipes. I did my best to describe things, and sometimes River would repeat my descriptions back to me in their own voice, testing out the words, trying to understand. Tell me about colors, they said one night. I tried to describe blue like the sky, green like grass, red like strawberries. River listened carefully and then said, I think I remember yellow, like the sun through water. That's a beautiful way to put it, I said. Beautiful, River repeated thoughtfully, as if trying to decide if they agreed. One night, about a month after our first conversation, River asked me something I hadn't expected. Do you think I'm real? What do you mean? Do you think I'm really here? Or do you think you're talking to yourself? I thought about that. I had wondered the same thing, especially in the beginning. It would be easy to dismiss River as stress or loneliness or too much imagination after too little sleep. But I knew they were real, not because I could prove it to anyone else, but because our conversations had changed me. I was more careful with my words now, more aware of the comfort I could offer to others. I was less lonely in my own apartment because I knew I wasn't really alone there. You're real, I said. You're real because you make me more real. River was quiet for a long time. Then, thank you. You're welcome. We kept talking until the sun came up, like we always did. But that morning, as the light started filtering through the bathroom window, and River's voice began to fade the way it always did during the day, they said something new. I think I'm ready. Ready for what? To stop being so sad. You don't have to stop being sad, I said. Sad is okay. Sad is part of being real, but not only sad. No, I said, not only sad. River was quiet for a moment. Then, will you help me remember how to be other things too? Of course, I said, and I did. Over the following weeks, I made a point of sharing more than just comfort with River. I told them about funny things that happened during my day, about moments of joy and surprise and wonder. I read them poems that I loved and stories that made me laugh. I played music on my phone and held it near the drain so River could hear it more clearly. Slowly, River's crying became less frequent. It didn't stop entirely. Some nights they still cried, and I sat with them when they did. But other nights, River would tell me about something interesting they had heard in the pipes, or ask me questions about the world, or share memories that were starting to come back to them more clearly. I remember playing, they said one night, in the water, before I was scared of it. What kind of playing? Splashing, singing. Someone was always singing. Your mother, maybe? Maybe. She had a nice voice. The conversations weren't always about the past. River was curious about everything, and they had been listening to the building for so long that they knew things about my neighbors that I didn't. They told me that the woman in 4A played violin late at night when she couldn't sleep, and that the man in 2C talked to his plants in what River thought might be Spanish. They had become the building's memory keeper, collecting sounds and voices and stories that people thought no one else could hear. Do you ever talk to them? I asked. The other people? No, River said. They don't talk back. Maybe they would if you tried. Maybe. But I like talking to you. I like talking to you too. One evening, about 2 months after our first conversation, River asked me something that made me pause. Do you think I could learn to not be in the drain? What do you mean? I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could see what you see, instead of just hearing about it. I thought about that. I didn't know how to help River leave the drain, or even if it was possible. But I could think of small ways to share my world with them. I could take pictures, I said, of things I think you'd like to see, and describe them to you. You would do that? Of course. So I started bringing my phone into the bathroom and showing River photos I took throughout the day. The sunset from my office window, flowers in the park, people walking their dogs on my street. I would describe the colors and the movement and the way the light fell, and River would ask questions and imagine what it would be like to see those things with their own eyes, if they had eyes. I think I would like dogs, River said, after I showed them a picture of a golden retriever. They're very friendly, I said, and most of them love water. Really, really, some of them even swim. I would like to swim again, River said quietly, but not be scared this time. Maybe someday you will. I didn't know if that was true, but it seemed like the kind of hope worth offering. As time went on, our relationship deepened in ways I hadn't expected. River became my closest friend, the person I looked forward to talking to at the end of each day. They were a good listener, thoughtful and kind, and they had a perspective on things that I found both comforting and challenging. Why do people hurt each other? River asked me one night, after I told them about an argument I had witnessed on the street. I don't know, I said. I think sometimes people are in pain, and they don't know how to carry it without sharing it. That's sad. Yeah, it is. But you don't do that. I try not to, but I probably do sometimes, without meaning to. Everyone probably does sometimes, River said, but you try not to. That's what matters. Conversations like that made me think about my own life differently. Having someone to talk to who wasn't caught up in the daily urgencies and social complexities of being human helped me see things more clearly. River's questions were often simple but profound, and their observations helped me understand myself better. 6 months after our first conversation, something shifted again. River's voice got stronger, more present. They could speak for longer periods during the day now, not just at night. And sometimes, when I ran water in the sink or the bathtub, I could see small ripples that seemed to move in patterns, as if River was learning to influence the water in new ways. "I think I'm getting less stuck," River said one afternoon while I was brushing my teeth. "How do you mean?" "I can move farther now. I went to the kitchen sink yesterday." "Really? Really? I listened to you make coffee." The idea of River moving through my apartment, even just through the water pipes, filled me with an emotion I couldn't quite name. It was like pride and protectiveness and excitement all mixed together. "Are you going to explore more?" I asked. "Maybe, if that's okay." "Of course it's okay. This is your home too." That evening, River said something that made my heart skip. "I think I saw light today." "What do you mean?" "Through the water. In the kitchen sink. When you turned on the tap and the sun was coming through the window. I think I saw some of the light." I started crying then, happy tears that I didn't try to stop. "That's wonderful," I said. "It was beautiful," River said in their own voice, soft with wonder. "So bright, so warm." Over the following weeks, River's world expanded little by little. They could move through all the water sources in my apartment now, and they started describing things they sensed. Vibrations from footsteps above, changes in temperature and pressure, the taste of different kinds of water. The water from the tap tastes different than the water from the shower, they told me. "How so?" "The shower water is softer, sadder maybe, because that's where people cry." It struck me that River had been absorbing more than just my words all this time. They had been taking in the emotional residue that people leave behind in water, learning to read the stories that we don't even know we're telling. "Do you know when I'm going to be sad before I do?" I asked. "Sometimes the water knows things." "What does the water know about me?" "That you're kind, that you try hard, that you're not as alone as you used to think you were." That last observation stayed with me for days. It was true. Before River, I had felt lonely even when I was surrounded by people. Now, even when I was by myself, I knew I had a friend who understood me in ways that most people never could. 1 year after our first conversation, River asked me something that changed everything. "Do you think other people could hear me if I tried to talk to them?" "I don't know. Maybe. Why?" "There's someone else in the building who cries in the shower sometimes, like you used to hear me cry." "One of our neighbors?" "Yes, the woman in 3B. She sounds very sad." I thought about Mrs. Chen from 3B. I didn't know her well, but I had seen her in the hallway a few times. She always smiled and nodded politely, but there was something careful about the way she moved through the world, like someone who had learned to be very quiet about their pain. "Would you want to try to help her?" I asked. "I think so, if she's ready to hear me." If she's ready to talk back, how will you know if she's ready? The same way I knew with you, I think. Some people's sadness sounds different. Yours sounded like it had room in it, room for something else. Over the next few weeks, River started listening more carefully to Mrs. Chen's sadness. They told me about the rhythm of her crying, the way she tried to muffle it, the words she sometimes whispered to herself in what River thought might be Mandarin. I think she's ready, River said finally. I think she needs a friend. Then you should try, I said. The next morning, River told me what happened. I cried for her first, the way I cried for you, so she would know she wasn't alone. Did she hear you? Yes, she got very quiet. She listened. And then she said hello to the drain, very softly, like she was scared but hoping. What did you say back? I said hello in her voice, the way she had said it, and then she started crying again, but different. Not alone crying with someone. River's expansion continued from there. Over the following months, they reached out to other people in the building who seemed to need a voice in the dark, a presence that would listen without judging. They learned fragments of other languages, collected words in Spanish and Mandarin and Arabic from the people they befriended. They became a kind of guardian angel of the building's water system, a gentle presence that reminded people they weren't as alone as they thought, but they always came back to me. Every evening, we still had our conversations. River told me about the people they were helping, the stories they were collecting, the ways they were learning to bring comfort to others. Do you ever miss being just mine? I asked one night, half joking, but also genuinely curious. You're still mine, River said gently. You're my first friend, my best friend, the one who taught me how to be not only sad. You're my best friend too, I said, and realized it was true. 2 years after our first conversation, River told me about a dream they had. I dreamed I was swimming again, they said, in a lake with sunlight coming through the water. And I wasn't scared. That sounds like a beautiful dream. It felt real, like maybe it was a memory from before, but without the scary part. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was what happened, and also what could happen. River was quiet for a moment. Then, do you think there's a way for me to really swim again? Somewhere that isn't pipes and drains? I don't know, I said honestly, but I hope so. Me too. A few months later, River came to me with excitement in their voice. There's a fountain in the courtyard, they said. I can feel it through the building's water system. It connects to the pipes. Can you reach it? I think so. I've been trying, a little at a time, moving through the connection. Is it working? Yesterday, I think I made the fountain water ripple, just a little, but someone noticed. Who? A little girl. She was playing while her mother sat on the bench. She pointed at the water and said it was dancing. My heart swelled with pride and joy. You made the water dance for her. I tried to. She looked so happy when she saw it. She laughed. Over the following weeks, River practiced moving into the fountain more and more. They learned to create small patterns in the water, gentle ripples and swirls that delighted the children who played there. They told me about the families who visited the courtyard, the conversations they overheard, the way the sunlight looked when it touched the fountain water. I can see more now, River said. Real seeing, not just sensing. The water in the fountain shows me reflections of faces, of sky, of birds flying overhead. You're getting stronger. I'm getting more than just water in pipes. More like, I don't know what to call it. More like yourself, maybe. Maybe. One evening, nearly 3 years after we first spoke, River told me about something that changed how I understood everything. I think I know what happened to me, they said quietly. Do you want to tell me? I was 7 years old. I think my name was Riley. Riley, I repeated. That's a beautiful name. I fell through ice on a pond behind my house. It was winter, and I thought the ice was thick enough, but it wasn't. I'm sorry. I remember being cold and scared and calling for my mother, and then there was water everywhere, and I couldn't find the hole I fell through. River's voice was sad but calm, as if they were telling me about something that had happened to someone else a long time ago. How did you get here? I don't know exactly. I think I stayed in the water, all water, everywhere water. And eventually I found this place, these pipes, where people's words collected, where sadness lived, and I stayed here because it felt familiar. But now I think I'm ready to be Riley again. Not just River, not just the sad voice in the drain. I want to be someone who can make fountain water dance for little girls. Someone who can help people not feel alone. Someone who can swim in the sunlight. How do we make that happen? I don't know, but I think I need to try to leave the building, to find bigger water, to see if I can exist in places where the sun touches the water directly. The thought of River leaving filled me with conflicting emotions. I was proud of them for growing beyond the small dark space where I had found them. But I was also terrified of losing my friend, the presence that had transformed my life and taught me how to listen. When? I asked. Soon, I think, but not forever. Even if I can go to other places, I want to come back and visit. This is still my home. You're still my family. Always, I said. We spent the next week talking about what River's departure might look like, what they hoped to find in the world outside the building. They wanted to see oceans and rivers and lakes. They wanted to understand rain from the perspective of a cloud instead of a drain. They wanted to help other lonely voices find their way to conversation. On the night before River planned to try leaving, we talked until dawn, one last time, as we had for years. I'm scared, River admitted. That's okay. Being scared means something matters to you. You matter to me. You matter to me too, more than you know. Promise me something. What? Promise me that even if I can't come back, you'll keep talking to the drain sometimes. just in case someone else needs to hear a kind voice. I promise. And promise me you'll remember that you taught me how to be more than sad. You taught me how to be a friend. You taught me the same thing, I said. The next evening, River told me they were ready. We said goodbye through tears, mine visible, theirs expressed through the gentle movement of water in the bathtub. I love you, I said. I love you too, River replied, in their own voice, clear and strong. And then they were gone. For the first time in 3 years, the drain was silent. I sat on the bathroom floor and listened to the emptiness and felt the hollow ache of missing someone who had become part of my daily life. But I also felt proud and hopeful and grateful for the years we had together. A week later, I was walking through the park when I saw a fountain I had never noticed before. Children were playing around it, laughing and pointing at the water. As I got closer, I could see why. The water was moving in beautiful patterns, creating spirals and waves that seemed to respond to the children's laughter. One little girl looked up at me with bright eyes. "The water is dancing," she said. "It's beautiful," I said. "I think there's a friend in there," she said, and pointed to the rippling water. "I think you're right," I said. That night, I kept my promise to River. I sat in my bathroom and talked to the drain, just in case. I told it about the dancing fountain and the little girl who believed there was a friend in the water. I told it that if anyone was listening, they weren't alone. I didn't expect an answer, but just before I got up to go to bed, I heard something. Not River's voice, but something else. Someone else. A new voice, small and scared, saying my own words back to me in exactly the way I had said them years ago, the first time I talked to a drain. "Hello?" the new voice whispered. I smiled and settled back against the bathroom wall. "Hello," I said gently. "Are you okay?" And we began. The first box arrived on a Tuesday. I was coming home from work, keys already in my hand, when I saw the delivery driver setting it down in front of 4B. Nothing strange about that, except 4B has been empty for 8 months. I know because Mrs. Rodriguez moved out last winter, and I helped her carry boxes to her son's car. The apartment has been dark ever since. I stood there with my own door half open, watching the driver check his phone and walk away. The box sat there like a patient animal. It was brown cardboard, the kind you get from grocery stores when you order online. I could see the shipping label from where I stood. White paper with black text. But I couldn't read the name from that distance. I went into my apartment and made dinner and tried not to think about it. But when I brushed my teeth before bed, I looked out my bathroom window that faces the side of the building. The box was gone. Wednesday morning, I knocked on Mr. Patterson's door. He's the building manager, lives on the ground floor, always wears the same cardigan that smells like coffee and old newspapers. He opened the door with a piece of toast in his hand and crumbs on his chin. "Morning," he said around a bite. "Something wrong with your sink again?" "No, the sink is fine. I wanted to ask about 4B. Is someone moving in?" He stopped chewing. 4B? "No, it's vacant. Has been since Rodriguez left. Why? I saw a delivery yesterday. Groceries, I think. Mr. Patterson swallowed and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Must have been a mistake. Wrong apartment number. Happens all the time with these delivery services. The driver checked his phone. He seemed to know where he was going. Well, there's no one in there. Mr. Patterson's voice got a little sharper, the way it does when he doesn't want to talk anymore. Maybe it was for 4A. Numbers can look similar from a distance, but I live in 4A. I would have known if I had groceries coming. I thanked him and went to work. But the conversation stuck with me like food between your teeth. Mr. Patterson had been too quick to explain, too ready with reasons, and he hadn't looked me in the eye when he said the apartment was vacant. That evening, I stood at my peephole and watched the hallway. At 6:30, another delivery arrived. This time, it was a different driver, a young woman with a ponytail who carried 2 bags from a local market. She knocked on 4B's door 3 times, soft knocks like she didn't want to disturb anyone. Then she set the bags down and left. 20 minutes later, the bags were gone. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The carpet in front of 4B looked normal. No scuff marks, no footprints. Nothing to show that bags had been dragged inside. I pressed my ear to the door and listened. Silence. Not the empty silence of a vacant apartment, but the careful silence of someone trying not to make noise. I knocked. 3 soft knocks, like the delivery driver had done. No answer. I tried the doorknob. Locked. That night I couldn't sleep. Every small sound in the building made me sit up and listen. The elevator humming between floors, footsteps in the hallway above, water running through pipes in the walls. Around 2 a.m., I heard something that made my chest tighten. It was the sound of a door opening and closing, very soft, like someone was trying not to wake the neighbors. I got up and looked through my peephole. The hallway was empty and dark, except for the emergency light at the far end. But there was something different about the quality of the darkness near 4B's door. It looked deeper somehow, like a shadow with weight. Thursday morning, I called Mr. Patterson instead of knocking on his door. I heard someone in 4B last night, I said. You heard the Garcias upstairs. They worked late shifts. This wasn't upstairs. This was next door. A pause. Then, look, I don't know what you think you heard, but that apartment is empty. I have the keys. I check on it twice a month. There's no one there. Can you check today? Another pause. Longer. I'm busy today. If you're really concerned, I can look into it next week. What about the deliveries? What deliveries? My hand tightened on the phone. The groceries. I told you about them yesterday. Oh, right. Like I said, probably a delivery mistake. These drivers don't always pay attention to apartment numbers, but I could hear something in his voice that wasn't there before. A tremor, like he was nervous, or lying, or both. That afternoon, I called the market where the grocery bags had come from. I told the customer service person that I was having trouble with deliveries to my building and wanted to make sure my address was correct in their system. What's your name? She asked. I gave her my name and address. I don't see any recent orders for you, she said. but I do see regular weekly deliveries to 4B at that address. Those are for... She paused. Elena Martinez. Elena Martinez. Not a name I recognized. Not Mrs. Rodriguez, who had lived in 4B before. Has she been ordering long? I asked. Let me see. Looks like about 6 months now. Same order every week. Basic groceries, nothing fancy. 6 months. 2 months after Mrs. Rodriguez moved out. I thanked the customer service person and hung up. Then I sat at my kitchen table and stared at the wall that separated my apartment from 4B. Somewhere on the other side of that wall was a woman named Elena Martinez, who had been living there for 6 months without Mr. Patterson's knowledge, or with his knowledge and his denial. The questions multiplied in my head like bacteria. How had she gotten in? How was she paying for utilities? Why was Mr. Patterson lying about it? And why was she hiding? That evening, I positioned myself by my front door at 6:30, the time when deliveries usually came. At 6:35, I heard the elevator open, footsteps in the hallway, a soft knock on 4B's door. I opened my door a crack and saw the same young woman with the ponytail, holding 2 grocery bags. This time, I was ready. I stepped out into the hallway. Excuse me, the delivery driver turned. She had tired eyes and a name tag that said Maria. Hi, I said, trying to sound casual. I live in 4A. I've been having some issues with my deliveries. Are you sure you have the right apartment? Maria looked at the bags, then at the door, then at me. 4B, Elena Martinez. That's what the order says. Elena Martinez, I repeated. She's been getting deliveries long? Yeah, maybe 6 months or so. Nice lady. Always tips well. Have you seen her, Elena? Maria's face changed slightly, became more cautious. Why do you ask? I'm just curious about my new neighbor. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. She's quiet, keeps to herself. Look, I need to get going. I have more deliveries. Maria set the bags down and knocked 3 times. Then she walked away quickly, not looking back at me. I stood in the hallway and watched the bags. 5 minutes passed. 10. I was about to give up when I heard the softest sound, the whisper of a door opening just an inch. A hand appeared, pale and thin, and quickly pulled the bags inside. The door closed with a sound like an exhale. I knocked immediately. Elena, I'm your neighbor from 4A. I just wanted to say hello. Silence. I know you're there. I saw you take the groceries. More silence. I put my mouth close to the door. I won't tell anyone. I just want to know if you're okay. For a long moment, nothing. Then, so quietly, I almost missed it. Please go away. The voice was soft and scared, and definitely female. Elena Martinez was real. I went back to my apartment, but I left the door cracked so I could listen. Around midnight, I heard her door open again. This time, I was ready with my phone, recording video through the crack in my door. The hallway was dark, but the emergency light cast enough glow for me to see a figure step out of 4B. It was a woman, small and thin, wearing dark clothes. She moved like someone who was used to being quiet, each step careful and deliberate. She walked to the elevator and disappeared. An hour later, she came back carrying what looked like a small trash bag. She went back into 4B and closed the door. I watched the video 3 times. The woman looked young, maybe 30, with long dark hair. Her face was partly hidden by shadows, but I could see enough to know she looked tired and scared. Friday morning, I called in sick to work. I needed answers. I went to the building's main office downtown, a place where you pay rent and sign leases. The receptionist was a middle-aged woman with reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. I need information about apartment 4B in the Riverside building, I said. I live in 4A, and there's been some confusion about deliveries. She looked up the apartment on her computer. 4B has been vacant since February. The previous tenant moved out, and we haven't found a new renter yet. Are you sure? No one has signed a lease recently? Positive. It's one of our problem units. Hard to rent because of the layout. What about subletting? Could someone be staying there without your knowledge? Her expression became more businesslike. That would be illegal. Is there a reason you're asking these questions? I told her about the deliveries and the woman I'd seen. The receptionist frowned and made notes on a pad. I'll have to contact the building manager, she said. If someone is living there without authorization, that's a serious matter. An hour after I got home, Mr. Patterson was at my door. His face was red, and he looked angry in a way that made me take a step back. You called the main office, he said. I had questions about an apartment that doesn't concern you. It does concern me. Someone is living next door to me, and I don't know who they are or how they got there. Mr. Patterson pushed past me into my apartment without being invited. I felt a flash of fear and anger, but I didn't want to escalate things. Look, he said, standing too close to me. I don't know what you think you've seen, but you need to drop this. Some things are better left alone. What does that mean? It means mind your own business. He left without another word, but the smell of his coffee and newspaper scent lingered in my apartment like a threat. That evening, I didn't hear any deliveries. I waited by my door until 8 p.m., but no one came. Maybe Mr. Patterson had warned Eleanor somehow. Maybe she was gone, but at 2 a.m., I heard the soft sound of her door again. I looked through my peephole and saw her in the hallway, but this time, she wasn't going to the elevator. She was standing in front of my door. She knocked. 3 soft knocks, like the delivery drivers used. I opened the door and saw her clearly for the first time. She was younger than I'd thought, maybe mid-20s, with large dark eyes and hollow cheeks. She looked like she hadn't been sleeping well or eating enough. You called about me, she said. I was concerned. Now Mr. Patterson is angry. Are you okay? Are you safe? Elena looked up and down the hallway, then back at me. Can I come in? Just for a minute, I hesitated. I didn't know this woman, didn't know why she was hiding or what she might be running from, but she looked so frightened and fragile that I stepped aside and let her in. She sat on the edge of my couch like she might need to run at any moment. In the light of my living room, I could see that her clothes were old and worn, and there was a yellowish bruise on her wrist that looked like finger marks. "How long have you been living in 4B?" I asked. 6 months. "How did you get in?" "Mr. Patterson gave me the keys." That surprised me. He's been lying to me. He said the apartment was vacant. Elena nodded. He told me no one would ask questions. He said tenants mind their own business. "Why are you hiding?" She was quiet for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "My ex-boyfriend. He used to hurt me. When I left him, he said he would find me and kill me." The words hit me like cold water. "Did you call the police?" "I tried. They said they couldn't do anything until he actually did something. They said threats weren't enough." "So you've been hiding in an empty apartment?" Mr. Patterson felt sorry for me. He said I could stay there for a while, just until I figured out what to do. He said he wouldn't charge me rent if I kept quiet about it. It was starting to make sense. Mr. Patterson's nervousness, his insistence that the apartment was vacant, his anger when I called the main office. He was trying to help Elena, but doing it in a way that could get him in trouble with the building owners. "Are you safe there?" I asked. I was, until you started asking questions. The guilt hit me immediately. I had been trying to satisfy my own curiosity, not thinking that I might be putting someone in danger. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know. Now Mr. Patterson is scared. He says if the main office finds out, he'll lose his job, and I'll have nowhere to go." Elena started crying then, quiet tears that she wiped away with the back of her hand. I went to my kitchen and got her a glass of water and a box of tissues. "What's your ex-boyfriend's name?" I asked. "Marcus Webb. He's very good at finding people." "Have you tried a women's shelter?" "The waiting lists are long, and he knows about the shelters. He has friends who work for the city." I sat down across from her and tried to think. Elena needed help, but she also needed to stay hidden. Mr. Patterson was trying to do the right thing, but he was taking risks that could make everything worse. "What if we made it official?" I said. "What do you mean?" "What if you signed a real lease, paid real rent? Then you wouldn't be hiding anymore. You'd just be a regular tenant." Elena shook her head. "I don't have money for a security deposit, and Marcus knows my real name. If I sign a lease, he could find me through public records." I thought about that. "What about using a different name?" "That's illegal." "Is it more illegal than what you're doing now?" She almost smiled. "Good point." We talked for another hour. Elena told me more about Marcus, about the escalating violence that had finally scared her enough to run. She told me about sleeping on friends' couches until Marcus found them and threatened them too. She told me about the months of looking over her shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. "Mr. Patterson saved my life," she said, "but I think I'm putting him in danger now." Before she left, I gave her my phone number. "If you need anything, call me. If you're scared, if someone's at the door, if Marcus finds you, anything." She clutched the paper with my number on it like it was something precious. "Thank you," she said. It's been a long time since anyone wanted to help me. Saturday morning, I called the building's main office again. This time, I asked to speak to the manager. I called yesterday about apartment 4B, I said. I think there might have been a misunderstanding. How so? I think the tenant might have signed a lease recently, and it just hasn't been updated in your system yet. Could you check with your building manager? There was a pause while the manager put me on hold. When she came back, her tone had changed. You're right. I apologize for the confusion. The lease was just processed, and the paperwork is still being finalized. Everything is legitimate. I smiled. Mr. Patterson had moved fast. That afternoon, there was a knock on my door. It was Elena, but she looked different. She was wearing cleaner clothes, and her hair was brushed. She looked less like someone who was hiding and more like someone who was home. Mr. Patterson gave me a real lease, she said. Elena Martinez, apartment 4B. It's official. How do you feel? Scared, she said, but also hopeful. Over the following weeks, Elena and I became friends. I helped her set up a bank account under her new name and find a job at a local bookstore that paid cash. She was smart and funny when she wasn't terrified, and she had a way of noticing small details that reminded me of myself. She still had the grocery deliveries, but now she answered the door like a normal person. She started staying up later and making small sounds during the day. Music playing softly, the TV on low volume, the normal sounds of someone living their life. One evening, about a month later, Elena knocked on my door. She looked upset. I think he found me, she said. My stomach dropped. Marcus, someone's been calling the bookstore, asking for Elena Martinez. The manager told them we don't have anyone by that name, but they called 3 times today. Did they leave a name? No, but the manager said the voice sounded angry. I told Elena to pack a bag and stay with me that night. She slept on my couch, and I slept with a baseball bat next to my bed. Nothing happened, but neither of us slept well. The next morning, I called the bookstore and talked to the manager. He confirmed that someone had been calling asking for Elena, and that the caller had gotten aggressive when told she didn't work there. Did the voice sound familiar to you? I asked Elena. I couldn't tell. It's been 6 months since I heard his voice. That evening, Elena decided to go back to her apartment. I can't run every time someone makes a phone call, she said. If it's him, I need to know. Around 10 p.m., I heard shouting in the hallway. I looked through my peephole and saw a large man pounding on Elena's door. He was wearing a dark jacket and his face was red with anger. I know you're in there, he yelled. You can't hide from me forever. I called 911 and told them there was a man threatening a tenant in my building. Then I opened my door. Hey, I shouted, stop that. The man turned to look at me. He was bigger than I'd expected, with thick arms and small eyes that looked mean even from a distance. This doesn't concern you, he said. You're disturbing the peace. I called the police. Something changed in his face when I said that. The anger shifted into something more calculating. There's no one in that apartment, he said. building manager told me it's been vacant for months. Then why are you pounding on the door? He didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the elevator and left. But I could tell from his expression that this wasn't over. The police arrived 10 minutes later. I told them what had happened and gave them a description of the man. One of the officers knocked on Elena's door. "We'd like to speak with you about the incident," he said. Elena opened the door. She looked pale, but composed. "Do you know the man who was threatening you?" the officer asked. "Yes, his name is Marcus Webb. He's my ex-boyfriend. Has he threatened you before?" "Many times. That's why I moved here." The officer took notes and asked Elena if she wanted to file a restraining order. She said she would think about it. After the police left, Elena came to my apartment. "How did he find me?" she asked. "Maybe through the bookstore calls. Maybe through public records when you signed the lease. What if he comes back?" I thought about that. "We make sure you're not alone." For the next week, I walked Eleanor to and from work. Mr. Patterson installed better locks on her door and put up a security camera in the hallway. Elena filed for a restraining order, though we all knew it was just a piece of paper. Marcus didn't come back to the building, but Eleanor started getting hang-up calls on her new phone number. Someone threw a rock through the bookstore window with a note tied to it that said, "I'm watching." Elena's manager installed security cameras and hired a part-time security guard. "I'm putting everyone in danger," Elena said one evening. "No," I told her. "Marcus is putting people in danger. You're just trying to live your life." But I was scared too. I had gotten involved in something bigger than I'd expected, and I wasn't sure I was brave enough to see it through. 2 weeks after the hallway incident, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of someone trying to get into Eleanor's apartment. I looked through my peephole and saw Marcus in the hallway, working on Eleanor's door with what looked like lockpicks. I called 911 and then banged on my wall to warn Eleanor. I heard her scream, then the sound of furniture being moved, like she was barricading her door. Marcus must have heard me calling the police, because he stopped working on the lock and started throwing his weight against the door instead. The sound was horrible, like gunshots in the quiet building. I grabbed my baseball bat and opened my door. "Get away from there." Marcus turned to look at me, and I saw something in his face that made me understand why Eleanor had been so scared. It wasn't just anger. It was a kind of hatred that wanted to destroy things. "Go back inside," he said. "This is between me and her. The police are coming." "Good. Then they can arrest her for stealing from me." What did she steal? My life, my future, everything. The way he said it made me realize that Marcus wasn't entirely rational. In his mind, Elena belonged to him, and her leaving was theft. The police arrived just as Marcus managed to crack Eleanor's door frame. They tackled him in the hallway and handcuffed him while he screamed threats at Eleanor's door. "You can't hide forever," he yelled as they dragged him away. "I'll find you. I'll always find you." Elena didn't come out until the police and paramedics had been gone for an hour. Her door was hanging at an angle, and the frame was splintered. She looked like she had been crying for a long time. "He was right," she said. "I can't hide forever. You're not hiding anymore. You're living. There's a difference." "Is there?" I'm still afraid to go outside. I'm still looking over my shoulder. I'm still not free. Mr. Patterson arranged for Eleanor's door to be repaired the next day, but the psychological damage was harder to fix. Elena stopped going to work. She stopped accepting grocery deliveries. She barely came out of her apartment at all. Marcus was charged with attempted breaking and entering, violating a restraining order, and making terroristic threats. His bail was set high enough that he couldn't pay it immediately, but Eleanor and I both knew he would get out eventually. "What happens then?" Elena asked. I didn't have a good answer. A week later, Eleanor made a decision. "I'm leaving," she told me. "Where will you go?" "I have a cousin in Oregon. She said I could stay with her for a while." "Will you be safe there?" "Safer than here. Marcus doesn't know about my cousin." I felt sad, but also relieved. Elena needed to be somewhere Marcus couldn't find her, somewhere she could start over completely. "When?" "Tonight. Mr. Patterson is driving me to the bus station." We hugged goodbye in the hallway, where I had first seen her take those grocery deliveries. It felt like a long time ago, though it had only been a few months. "Thank you," she said, "for caring enough to ask questions. Thank you for trusting me enough to answer them." After Elena left, 4B went back to being empty. Really empty this time, not just officially empty. I missed her more than I'd expected to. Living alone had become easier when I knew there was a friendly neighbor next door. Mr. Patterson retired a month later. The new building manager was younger and less sympathetic to unusual situations. He rented 4B to a college student who played loud music and had parties on weeknight. I never heard from Elena directly, but 6 months later, I got a postcard with a picture of the Oregon coast. On the back, someone had written, "The ocean is bigger than any one person's anger. Thank you for helping me remember that I deserve to be happy." It wasn't signed, but I knew who had sent it. Sometimes I still think about those first grocery deliveries. How such a small thing led to such a big change in my life and Elena's. I had been curious about packages being delivered to an empty apartment, but what I'd really discovered was that emptiness isn't always what it seems. Sometimes it's full of people who are trying to become invisible, trying to survive, trying to find a way to be safe in a world that doesn't always protect the people who need it most. I learned that being a good neighbor sometimes means asking uncomfortable questions, and sometimes means accepting uncomfortable answers. It means being willing to get involved when involvement might be risky, and it means understanding that helping someone might require breaking a few rules. Most importantly, I learned that home isn't just a place where you live alone safely. Sometimes it's a place where you live, knowing that someone else is safe too, even if you can't see them, even if they have to be quiet about existing, even if their presence in your world is as temporary and fragile as groceries left outside a door that's supposed to be empty. The apartment building is quieter now. The college student moved out, and 4B has been legitimately vacant for months. No deliveries come to that door. No soft footsteps in the hallway at midnight. No gentle neighbor to worry about or care for. I miss the mystery of it. The sense that I was part of something important and secret. I miss Eleanor's rare smiles and the way she said thank you, like she had never expected kindness from strangers. But most of all, I'm glad that somewhere on the Oregon coast, a woman named Eleanor Martinez, or whatever name she's using now, can accept grocery deliveries without fear, can open her door without looking through the peephole first, can live her life without having to be invisible. Sometimes the best neighborhoods are the ones where people look out for each other, even when looking out means asking questions that make everyone uncomfortable, even when it means getting involved in situations that are messy and complicated and potentially dangerous, even when it means accepting that some problems don't have easy solutions, only better hiding places and stronger doors, and the hope that kindness can occasionally be enough to tip the balance towards safety. I still live alone, but I live alone differently now, with an awareness that the walls between apartments are thinner than we think, and that the distance between strangers and neighbors can disappear in the time it takes to watch someone pick up groceries from outside a door that shouldn't be receiving them. Morning coffee tastes like fear when you're standing on a floor that breathes back at you. It started 3 days ago. I was making eggs, walking from the stove to the counter like I've done 1,000 times, when I heard it, soft at first, like someone trying not to be heard, in and out, with the slow rhythm of sleep. I stopped moving and listened. The sound stopped too. I took another step. There it was again, a gentle wheeze coming from beneath my feet, as if the kitchen floor had developed lungs. I stood very still and felt foolish. Houses make sounds, old houses especially. Pipes settle, wood creaks, foundations shift. I live in a 1940s craftsman with character, which is real estate speak, for everything makes noise and nothing works quite right. But pipes don't breathe in time with your footsteps. I finished making breakfast and ate it at the dining room table instead of the kitchen counter like I usually do. The dining room floor was quiet, solid, normal. That afternoon, I called my neighbor Jim. He's lived on this street for 30 years and knows the history of every house on the block. The breathing floor, I said, trying to make it sound like a joke. Jim laughed. Which room? Kitchen. His laugh stopped. What does harm mean? Probably nothing. Old houses, you know. They make all kinds of sounds. But there was something in his voice, a careful quality that made me think he knew more than he was saying. Jim, what happened in this house before I bought it? A pause. Nothing unusual. Family lived there for years. The Hendersons, nice people. Why did they move? Kids grew up, needed something smaller. Another pause. Look, if you're hearing weird sounds, you might want to check your foundation. Sometimes settling can cause air pockets that make strange noises. Foundation work costs thousands of dollars. I thanked Jim and hung up, hoping he was wrong about needing to check anything. That evening, I stood in the kitchen doorway and studied the floor. It was original hardwood, honey-colored oak that had been refinished sometime in the past 10 years. The planks ran lengthwise through the room, from the back door to the hallway. Nothing looked unusual. No warping, no gaps, no obvious problems. I took one step onto the kitchen floor. The breathing started immediately. Soft, but unmistakable. In and out, in and out. Like someone lying very still and trying to be quiet about the simple act of staying alive. I took another step. The breathing continued, maybe a little faster now. Another step. The sound grew slightly louder, as if I was getting closer to whatever was making it. I walked across the entire kitchen, from the doorway to the sink, listening to the steady rhythm beneath my feet. When I stepped off the hardwood onto the dining room's carpet, the breathing stopped. I stood there for a long moment, staring back at the kitchen floor. Then I walked across it again. The breathing resumed, following my movements like a faithful dog. Over the next 2 days, I became obsessed with the sound. I tested it at different times of day. Morning, afternoon, evening, late night. The breathing was always there when I walked on the kitchen floor. Never there when I wasn't. I tried different shoes, bare feet, socks, high heels that clicked loud enough to wake the dead. The breathing didn't care what I wore. It responded to my presence, not my footwear. I tried having other people walk on the floor. My sister came over for dinner, and I asked her to help me move something heavy from one side of the kitchen to the other. "Do you hear anything unusual?" I asked as we shuffled a bookshelf across the room. "Like what?" "Any sounds from the floor." She looked at me like I'd asked if she could hear colors. "It's a floor. It doesn't make sounds, but I could hear it. The breathing, faster now, almost excited by the extra weight and movement." On the third night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening to the normal sounds of the house. The refrigerator humming, the heater cycling on and off, the old timber settling into itself. But my mind kept going back to the kitchen floor and what might be underneath it. At 2 a.m., I got up and went to the basement. The basement was unfinished, with exposed ceiling joists and a concrete floor painted grey. I found the area directly below the kitchen and examined it with a flashlight. The joists looked normal. The subfloor above my head looked solid. No obvious signs of damage or settling. But as I stood there in the dark, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The breathing was coming from above me, muffled but clear. Someone was walking on the kitchen floor. I ran upstairs. The kitchen was empty, but the sound continued for another few seconds. Footsteps without feet, breathing without a person to do the breathing. The next morning, I called a contractor. "I need someone to look at my kitchen floor," I told him. "There might be a foundation issue." Mike Henderson, no relation to the previous owners, arrived that afternoon with a toolbox and the kind of confidence that comes from 40 years of fixing other people's problems. "What seems to be the issue?" he asked, kneeling on the kitchen floor and running his hands over the boards. "I'm hearing sounds, like breathing, when I walk on it." Mike looked up at me. "Breathing? I know how it sounds, but I'm not imagining it." He stood up and walked across the floor, heavy boots making the boards creak. "I don't hear anything unusual. Maybe it only happens for me." Mike gave me a look that was professionally polite, but privately skeptical. "Let me check the subfloor and joists from below. If there's settling or air movement, I'll find it." He spent an hour in the basement with a flashlight and a moisture meter, checking for signs of water damage, rot, or structural problems. When he came back up, his expression was puzzled. "Everything looks solid," he said. "No moisture issues, no foundation problems, no reason for unusual sounds. But I hear it every time I walk on this floor." Mike walked across the kitchen again, this time moving slower and listening more carefully. "The boards are tight. The subfloor is secure. If you're hearing something, it's not structural. What else could it be? Maybe plumbing. If you have water lines running under here, sometimes air in the pipes can create sounds that seem to come from the floor." That made sense. Sort of. I thanked Mike and paid him for his time. After he left, I walked across the kitchen floor again. The breathing resumed immediately, as patient and persistent as ever. That evening, I called a plumber. The plumber, a woman named Sarah, who had been doing residential work for 20 years, spent an hour tracing the water lines that ran beneath the kitchen floor. She found the main line that fed the kitchen sink, a branch that went to the refrigerator's ice maker, and a shut-off valve for the whole system. "I can hear water moving through the pipes when you turn on the tap," she said, "but nothing that would sound like breathing. Could there be air trapped somewhere? Possible, but it would make more of a gurgling sound, not a breathing sound." Sarah ran water at full pressure and listened carefully to the pipes. "Everything sounds normal to me. No air bubbles, no blockages, no unusual vibrations." I thanked her and paid her bill. After she left, I stood alone in my kitchen and felt like the only person in the world who could hear what was obviously there. That night, I decided to document everything. I set up my phone to record video and audio while I walked across the kitchen floor. The video showed me walking normally across an empty room. The audio picked up my footsteps, the background hum of appliances, but no breathing. I played the recording back 3 times. Nothing, but I could still hear it when I walked across the floor in real time. The breathing was there, as clear and consistent as my own heartbeat. Over the next week, I became increasingly isolated from the kitchen. I started eating takeout and using the bathroom sink to wash dishes. I avoided walking through the kitchen unless absolutely necessary. And when I did, I moved as quickly as possible. The breathing followed me anyway. It seemed to anticipate my footsteps, starting just before my foot touched the floor and continuing until I stepped onto carpet or tile. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. auditory hallucinations were a real thing. Stress could cause them. So could lack of sleep, which I was definitely experiencing. I made an appointment with my doctor. I'm hearing sounds that no one else can hear, I told her. Dr. Martinez had been my family physician for 5 years. She knew I wasn't prone to hypochondria or dramatic complaints. What kind of sounds? She asked. Breathing, coming from my kitchen floor. How long has this been happening? About 2 weeks now. She asked about stress, changes in medication, sleep patterns, alcohol consumption. She examined my ears for signs of infection or damage. She ordered a hearing test and blood work to rule out any obvious physical causes. Everything looks normal, she said when the results came back. Your hearing is fine. No signs of infection or neurological issues. So I'm not crazy? I didn't say that, she smiled. But if you are, it's not showing up in any of my tests. She referred me to a specialist for more comprehensive hearing tests. But the earliest appointment was 3 weeks away. That night, I decided I couldn't wait 3 weeks for answers. I was going to find out what was under that kitchen floor. I went to the hardware store and bought a crowbar, a flashlight, safety glasses, and work gloves. If something was under there, air pocket, damaged pipe, dead animal, whatever, I was going to find it. I started at the corner by the back door, where the breathing seemed loudest. I used the crowbar to pry up the baseboard, exposing the edge of the flooring. The hardwood was attached with both nails and adhesive, making it difficult to remove without damaging. It took 40 minutes to get the first board up. Underneath was the subfloor, plywood screwed down to the joists. Everything looked normal. I pried up a second board, then a third. Still nothing unusual, but the breathing was getting louder. As I exposed more of the subfloor, the sound intensified. It was definitely coming from below the kitchen, but now it sounded like more than one person. Multiple rhythms, overlapping and mixing together into a soft chorus of inhalation and exhalation. I took a break and sat on the dining room floor, staring at the damage I'd done to my kitchen. 3 boards lay stacked against the wall, exposing a rectangle of plywood subfloor, about 3 feet by 4 feet. The breathing continued, even without anyone walking on the floor. I called my sister. I think I'm going crazy, I told her. What's wrong? I explained about the breathing, the contractors who couldn't hear it, the decision to tear up my floor. You tore up your kitchen floor? Part of it. Because you heard breathing? When she said it like that, it sounded insane. Come over, I said. Please, I need someone else to witness this. My sister arrived an hour later with her husband Mark and their 10-year-old daughter Sophie. The 3 of them stood in my dining room, looking at the exposed subfloor. It sounds like breathing, I said, stepping carefully onto the plywood. Can you hear it? They looked at each other with the kind of worried expressions people get when they're dealing with someone who might be having a breakdown. I don't hear anything, my sister said gently. Walk on it with me, I insisted. We all stepped onto the exposed subfloor. I could hear the breathing clearly now, multiple voices, faster and more urgent than before. Anything? I asked. Mark shook his head. Just our footsteps. But Sophie was frowning, tilting her head like she was trying to catch a distant sound. Sophie, I said, do you hear anything? Maybe, she said quietly. It's really soft. My sister shot her husband a look. Sophie, don't encourage her. But Mom, I think I do hear something. Like someone whispering really quiet. Mark knelt down next to his daughter. What kind of whispering? I don't know. It's too quiet to understand. I felt a surge of relief. I wasn't completely crazy. Someone else could hear it too. We should go, my sister said. This is getting weird. After they left, I stood alone on the exposed subfloor and listened to the breathing. It was definitely louder now, and Sophie was right. There was almost a whispering quality to it, like voices trying to form words, but not quite managing. I decided to remove more of the floor. Working by the light of 3 lamps positioned around the kitchen, I pried up board after board. Each piece I removed made the breathing louder and more complex. By midnight, I had exposed most of the subfloor in a rough rectangle about 8 feet by 10 feet. The plywood was screwed down tight, but I could see small gaps between the sheets where they joined over the floor joists. The breathing seemed to be coming from these gaps, as if air was moving up from the space below. I went back to the basement and examined the area directly under the kitchen. The ceiling joists looked the same as before, but now I could hear the breathing from this side too. It was coming from above the joists in the space between the basement ceiling and the kitchen subfloor. That space should have been empty except for plumbing and electrical lines. I found a stepladder and climbed up to examine the joists more closely. Between 2 of them, I found something that made my heart stop. Scratch marks, fresh gouges in the wood, as if someone had been clawing at the joists from above. I ran back upstairs and grabbed the crowbar. If something was trapped in the space between the basement ceiling and the kitchen floor, I was going to find it. The subfloor was screwed down with dozens of screws, each one requiring careful removal to avoid damaging the plywood. It took 2 hours to get the first sheet loose enough to lift. When I finally pried it up and shined my flashlight into the space below, I found something that made me stumble backward and knock over one of the lamps. Scratch marks. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Carved into every surface. The bottom of the subfloor, the tops of the joists, the sides of the floor beams. Long gouges made by human fingernails. Some of them deep enough to show white wood beneath the stain and dirt. The breathing was much louder now, echoing up from the dark space. And I could see why. There were bones down there, not a full skeleton. Just pieces. A rib cage, part of a spine. What looked like arm bones and leg bones, scattered and mixed with debris. And everywhere, those desperate scratch marks, as if someone had spent a very long time trying to claw their way out of a space that was too small and too dark and too well sealed. I sat on the dining room floor and called 911. I need to report human remains, I said when the dispatcher answered. Where are you calling from? I gave her my address. Are you in immediate danger? I don't think so. I found bones under my kitchen floor. How did you find them? I was hearing sounds, breathing sounds. So I pulled up the floor to see what was causing it. There was a pause. Sir, are you saying you found human remains because you heard breathing? I know how it sounds. Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol? No, I'm completely sober. There are human bones under my kitchen floor, and I can still hear breathing coming from down there. The police arrived 20 minutes later, followed by the fire department, followed by the coroner, followed by detectives. My house filled with people who treated me with the careful politeness reserved for potential mental patients and possible crime scenes. Detective Rodriguez knelt by the hole in my kitchen floor and shined her own flashlight into the space below. There are definitely bones down here, she said to her partner. Looks like they've been there a while. How long? I asked. Hard to say without proper examination. Could be years, could be decades. A crime scene team arrived and began the careful process of documenting and removing the remains. They took photographs from every angle, made measurements, collected samples. The process took 6 hours. While they worked, I sat in my dining room and answered questions. When did you first hear the breathing sounds? Detective Rodriguez asked. About 3 weeks ago. And you'd lived in the house how long before that? 2 years. Never heard anything unusual until recently. What made you decide to tear up the floor? I had to know what was causing the sound. I had contractors check for foundation and plumbing issues. Nothing, but I could still hear it. Can you hear it now? I listened. The breathing was still there, fainter now, but present. Yes, describe what you hear. Soft breathing, in and out, like someone sleeping or trying to stay very quiet. Detective Rodriguez wrote everything down without comment. The coroner's preliminary examination suggested the remains were those of an adult, probably female, who had been dead for several years. The cause of death couldn't be determined without autopsy, but the scratch marks suggested the person had been alive when they ended up in that space. Alive and trying to get out, the coroner said grimly. The investigation moved quickly after that. The house's previous owners, the Henderson family that Jim had mentioned, were contacted. They claimed no knowledge of any human remains under their kitchen floor. But when detectives dug deeper into the family history, they found something interesting. In 1987, the Hendersons' teenage daughter Amy had disappeared. She was 17 years old, described by friends as rebellious and unhappy at home. The family reported her as a runaway. Police investigated, but found no evidence of foul play. Amy was never seen again. The working theory, Detective Rodriguez told me, is that Amy didn't run away. She was killed and hidden under the kitchen floor, and her family covered it up. For 35 years, it happens more than you'd think. Family murders are often the hardest to solve because the people most motivated to find answers are the same people who have the most to hide. The Henderson parents had both died in the past 10 years. Their son, Amy's brother, lived in another state and claimed no knowledge of what had happened to his sister. But neighbors remembered Amy As a troubled girl who fought constantly with her parents, particularly her father, why am I hearing the breathing now? I asked. If she's been there for 35 years, why start making noise now? Detective Rodriguez didn't have a good answer for that. Neither did the coroner, or the crime scene technicians, or anyone else involved in the investigation. But I noticed something during the removal process. As the team carefully extracted each bone, each piece of clothing, each fragment of evidence, the breathing got quieter. When they finished and sealed the space with new subfloor and flooring, the breathing stopped completely. For the first time in 3 weeks, I could walk across my kitchen floor in silence. The case made local news. Woman discovers murder victim under kitchen floor after hearing mysterious breathing sounds. The story had all the elements that make reporters excited. Unsolved disappearance, family secrets, possible supernatural activity. I gave a few interviews, trying to explain what I had experienced without sounding completely insane. Most of the journalists were polite, but skeptical. How do you convince someone that a murder victim guided you to their remains through the sound of breathing? The forensic evidence eventually confirmed what the detectives suspected. Amy Henderson had died from blunt force trauma to the head. The scratch marks on the wood matched the pattern that would be made by someone trying to claw their way out of a confined space. She had been alive when she was put under that floor, alive and conscious and desperate. Amy's brother was charged with murder based on new evidence uncovered during the investigation. Diary entries found in his childhood bedroom that described violent fantasies about his sister, witness testimony about his whereabouts the night Amy disappeared, and DNA evidence from items found with Amy's remains. He confessed during plea negotiations. Amy had threatened to tell their parents about money he was stealing from their father's business. They fought. He hit her harder than he intended. She died, and he panicked and hid her body in the space under the kitchen floor that he accessed by removing boards and subfloor while their parents were out of town. The family lived with Amy's remains under their kitchen floor for 28 more years. They ate meals above her, cooked food above her, walked across her grave thousands of times. When they finally sold the house and moved, they left her there. Why couldn't the previous owners hear her breathing? I asked Detective Rodriguez. Maybe they could, she said. Maybe that's part of why they finally moved. I thought about Jim's reaction when I mentioned the breathing floor. The way his laugh had stopped when I said it was in the kitchen. Maybe the sound had been there for years and people had just learned to ignore it or explain it away. The case was closed 6 months later. Amy Henderson was finally buried in a real cemetery with a real headstone. Her brother was sentenced to 25 years in prison. The Henderson family's decades-long secret was finally exposed, but I was left with questions that no detective or coroner could answer. Why had I been able to hear Amy's breathing when no one else could? Why had the sound started just a few weeks before I discovered her remains? And why had a 10-year-old girl been able to hear something that adults couldn't? I researched similar cases and found more stories than I expected. People who heard voices in walls and discovered hidden rooms. Families who felt cold spots in certain areas of their homes and later found burial sites. Children who claimed to see people that adults couldn't see. People who turned out to be victims of crimes that had never been solved. Maybe some people are more sensitive to the presence of the dead. Maybe trauma leaves an imprint that certain individuals can detect. Maybe the boundary between the living and the dead is thinner than we think. And sometimes desperation and injustice can bridge that gap. Or maybe it was all coincidence. Maybe I heard normal building sounds and my imagination turned them into something supernatural. Maybe I was stressed and sleep deprived and my mind created a mystery where none existed. Maybe I got lucky and found something that was always there, waiting to be found. I don't know which explanation is true. I don't know if I'll ever know. What I do know is that I can walk across my kitchen floor in silence now. The breathing has stopped. Amy Henderson is at peace, and her killer has been brought to justice. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I find myself listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. Footsteps in empty rooms, whispers in the walls, breathing under floors. Because if Amy could reach out from beyond death to lead me to her remains, then maybe she wasn't the only one who needed to be found. Maybe there are other victims, other secrets, other voices calling for help from the spaces between life and death. Maybe the real question isn't why I could hear Amy's breathing. Maybe the real question is, what else am I not hearing? I still live in the same house. The kitchen floor was completely refinished after the investigation, with new subfloor, new hardwood, new everything. It looks beautiful and sounds normal when I walk across it, but I pay attention to unusual sounds now. I listen to what my house is trying to tell me. And if I ever hear breathing where there shouldn't be breathing, I won't wait 3 weeks to investigate. Some mysteries are worth solving, even when the answers are buried under the floor we walk on every day.